believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome, everyone, to America's Third Party. I am David Spondheim, and today is Conspiracy Monday. Welcome. Right. We've been doing a lot of discussions today in our pre-show. We do a 1-hour pre-show, so we kind of rev things up. Good night, DT Laura. Sleep well. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate your arrival. Get some sleep. If you guys are checking out real early because you want to get an early night's sleep, go for it. Yes, so there you go. We got a lot of controversy spread around the Manafort case in the news today. Manafort lied to the FBI after his guilty plea, according to special counsel. Remember, I was talking about why didn't we get a second plea agreement finalized and the news about that over the past month? Well, apparently Mueller's been having problems with him lying about everything. It's kind of an interesting situation because Manafort was key to the funding of Donald Trump to get to the election with Russian money. And if he turns on some of the people that have made him an oligarch, I mean, believe it or not, Paul Manafort was an oligarch himself, a Russian oligarch. They will not like him. So he has a question, does he serve, 8 years in jail for 8 felony counts? Now he goes on to the next series of felonies. Will he be spending more time in jail? If he turns on anybody, he could die. I mean, the mob, if the mob is involved here, has more power and reach than our prison system. They have people in the prison system. So he's walking a really, really tight rope, a fine line between the surviving and not surviving. But lying to the special counsel, Robert Mueller, is another problem. It's a felony. It breaches the plea agreement. So they're going to probably go back to trial, but this is taking forever. And I'm surprised that Mueller hasn't gotten the tax returns from Donald Trump, 10 years of tax returns. That would have been the first thing I would have seen, but nothing. Trump even said, I'd like to show all my tax returns to all of you. He hasn't done anything. 10 years of tax returns still missing. And that would show clear line of money from the Russian oligarchs to Donald Trump via about $109 million that we know of, that he sold people high-priced condos at double the value. They knew that they were double the value. That's where the money laundering comes in. You're a security guard that didn't read the job description? I'm not sure what you're talking about. We've got a big superhuman highway here with a UHF signal. Yes, correct. I'm still laboring with my thumb. I burned my thumb last week, and I even had a problem with deciding how I burned my thumb. I'm still not quite sure 100%. I'm pretty sure it was a plate in a toaster oven. But the way the thumb, started flaming up, it almost looked like a radiation burn to me. It's like, I don't know, maybe I was cleaning my gutters the next day. So maybe my gutters have radiation in them, I don't know. But either way, it's almost impossible to get this cufflink here without my thumb. That thumb is important, Here's my good thumb. But when you get a burn and you have, about an inch of your skin boil up, it's bad, It's like, yeah, man. So while this was happening, and while I've been suffering from a burn on my finger, and it's getting better slowly, we've been dealing with the harsh reality that people have died. Over 86 people have died in the tragic fire in California. And there is a wild conspiracy theory out there. Oh, yeah. And this is the center of it right here. I got the cufflink done. I'm good. Took me a while. California wildfires have spawned a truly weird new conspiracy theory. I mean, they called it weird. Truly weird. Yeah. Imagine that. This truly weird conspiracy theory here. This month, California has been gripped by 3 devastating wildfires. The Camp Fire, which recently became the deadliest in the state's history, and Southern California, the Woolsey and Hill fires. An emerging, deeply weird conspiracy theory holds that those fires aren't caused by wind patterns, brutally dry conditions, the worsening effect of climate change, but it could be possibly downed power lines, but instead a sinister scheme directed by nefarious elements within the government using directed energy weapons. All right, now, take a look at this video. We've got proof that they actually dropped cinders on this fire.
Dropping sparks. Look at how this fire is burning. So they're zooming in. Look at these sparks. This is not water, guys. This is not water. This is a helicopter dropping down fire to cause this to happen, to cause people to die.
All right, so some people said that this is a way of confining the fire, creating a border, and squeezing it, kind of. Not in 60-mile-per-hour winds. Look at how fast those cinders are flying right there. And they're flying in an outward direction, which means that those cinders are spreading the fire, not controlling it. It's actually going toward the raw wood. All of the raw wood, the fresh, it's just amazing. And so this is a serious piece of evidence that they started the fire. Second of all, we've got this video footage showing you apparently a very large blast of light, which could very well be a directed energy weapon. Let's take a look.
And then we even have a big blast wave. Now, come on, they exploded this area.
Yeah, see, so that's what it is. They could have used the dew to start the bombs that were set there.
Army, the military, to find out what the hell happened.
So the idea is that these things are started using a directed energy weapon, and then that's how this thing kicked into gear. We have more than enough evidence that directed energy weapons exist. In fact, they're pretty local. They're right near where the Paradise Fire was located. The Weapons Testing Center for the United States Air Force has directed energy weapon planes right nearby there. So now we come to the possibility that our government's been lying to us and are willing to kill us, commit genocide in order to... Well, why would they do that? Well, this theory. the possibility that this is an attempt to create a pathway for a rail line. It's a very viable theory. And yes, it is conspiracy theory. But look at the rail line. It's matching the same distance that the fire is going.
I am thrilled to...
Not weird? So yeah, we have a definite conspiracy theory that could be a fact pretty soon. Okay, we have a link from Trump in Tupelo, Mississippi, the birthplace of Elvis Presley. Other than the blonde hair, when I was growing up, they said I looked like Elvis. I always consider that a great compliment. So Trump thinks he looks like Elvis. A hard-headed woman, soft-hearted man. Been the cause of trouble ever since the world began. Oh yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, let's take a look. Trump, let's see you say it. This is what he does best, everybody, bragging about himself. Here we go.
I am thrilled to be back in Tupelo. I love Tupelo. Home of thousands of hard-working American patriots and the proud birthplace of the king of rock and roll, Elvis. Elvis! We love Elvis. I shouldn't say this. You'll say I'm very conceited because I'm not. But other than the blonde hair, when I was growing up, they said I looked like Elvis. You see that? Did you believe it?
Yeah.
I always considered that a great compliment. We love Elvis, don't we? In fact, we just gave Elvis the Medal of Freedom Award at the White House. I am...
Yeah, so he's riding on Elvis's wave now. Don't you get the impression that this is like bingo hour with Trump at the convalescent home? I mean, seriously. And his audiences are like the convalescent hospital people. They're like, well, we vote too, you know. You can't tell us we cannot vote. Nurse, could I have my medication now? Yeah. Elvis, Trump, and the convalescent home. And Elvis was there to receive the medal. Both you and I know that happened, Dave. Oh, yeah, we know it. Elvis is probably still alive, Techwalla. I believe it's possible. I believe that there's a 20% chance that Elvis is still alive. And I think there's an equal chance that Michael Jackson's still alive, and they're living together in the floorboards of Graceland. That's a 20% chance. Now, Melania is engaging in a brand new type of Christmas, unlike anything we've ever seen, where the trees are actually blood red. Let's take a look at her looking at the amazing new display in the White House. Blood red trees with a bonnet. Beautiful and very dark. What the hell are they thinking? This is not a celebration of the Illuminati, or maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe they see the Christian holiday, Christmas, as a day to celebrate Lucifer. I don't know. But that's pretty weird. Yeah, thank you. That's a weird picture. I cannot play things with you. I'm sorry. You'll have to find family members to do that. We need an update from Trump Walla. No, he's okay. Let him rest. He's on day something, day 62 or something of his clean and sober effort. Really? Okay. Well, we fill a full 4-hour show recorded with lots of news, so I don't just jump into it. But I will kind of go to the next story if you don't mind. Mexico says it will deport nearly 100 migrants who tried to cross the U.S. border. Okay. Sweep the ocean back with a broom, too. Yeah, there's a little saying in Mexico, a little taco sauce does not go a long way. I just made that up. But yeah, seriously, we're not going to see many major things coming out of the new president, Obrador. He's already said he's agreed to transition the people that are waiting for asylum at the border. But what does that mean, really? Massive amounts of people will be gathering at the Mexican border looking for a chance to improve their life here in America because Trump has been giving all of the illegal aliens free food stamps. Now, could somebody please write him a letter saying, Trump, if you're listening, stop giving people free food stamps who are illegal aliens. Jeez. Trump, if you're listening, I want you to stop giving illegal aliens food stamps. Well, they could be going on the FEMA camps. The FEMA camp is another story we frequently cover in our show. Yes. We talk about the FEMA camps, but I'm not here to talk about FEMA camps per se. Okay, a new book by Trump advisors alleges that the Trump has embedded enemies. Yeah. So people are embedded in his administration. They're his enemies. This may very well be the deep state they were talking about. Yeah. Or maybe it's just people that actually know what they're doing and actually have to step in and say, Mr. President, that's not appropriate to do. Yeah, now we have a couple videos from various people. But most of all, I have to focus on what we can really deal with right now. There's a massive outbreak of contaminated water affecting romaine lettuce, as you know. They pulled all the romaine lettuce off of the shelves. And it turns out that the science is clear. Dirty farm water is making us sick. So as they run out of water to water the vegetables, the romaine lettuce and the cucumbers, they are using recycled water from toilets. Do you think this story would be covered by the United States EPA? No word from the EPA. Food and Drug Administration? No word from the Food and Drug Administration. David, if you're reading, I want you to stop advocating the housing and feeling... Manco, believe me, we will have to feed 500,000 people at the border. Oh, you don't understand, do you? The border crisis was telegraphed about 30 or 40 years ago. 30 or 40 years ago, yeah. It has manifested into a current crisis which will grow day by day. There's not any stopping it at this point, and Trump isn't preparing for it. Now, I've got a plan to put a container wall in within a year. Trump has wasted 2 years already trying to project my idea of a 1,000-mile fence and not being able to solve it. His recent attempt was a joke. He put the slat fence in for $145 million. That's about $4,500 a linear foot. Then he had to add about another $1,000 a linear foot just for the barbed wire. So they're doing a double fence now because the first fence is a failure. People were able to wedge rocks in between the slats and then make a ladder. So I believe that we have to start continuing the process of dealing with the border crisis. It's not going away. It's going to get worse and worse. And when I say we will have the ability to warehouse people, yeah, we're going to have the ability to warehouse people. Otherwise, they're coming to LA. And LA is a little bit crowded, you know. Vato. Even Hispanic people don't want illegals coming into LA. They take jobs away, man. You know? So we're going to have to deal with the border crisis, period. We can't just ignore it. And of course, my idea of a 1,000-mile fence has evolved into the 1,000-mile container fence, which will survive the test of time. No one has come up with a better plan. Now, some people think that I am like Alex Jones. I am not like Alex Jones. This is the real Alex Jones, in case you were wondering. Yeah, he was a 5'9". I'm 6'4". And he's no longer with us, as in alive. I believe he's been terminated. And there is a conspiracy theory about Alex Jones that he was replaced by Bill Hicks. The idea of a 1,000-mile fence is my idea. I did the measurements. Pat Buchanan was the first to mention a fence. The idea of an ocean dome was my idea. We did that in 2005 with Sarah. What is wrong with my resolution? Yeah, are you not getting enough video clarity on iVlog? Because it seems to be coming in pretty clear to me. Well, I'd like to make government the solution, but I'd also like to get government out of your face, too. So I want both things. I don't think it's mutually exclusive for the government to be less of an obstacle and more purposeful. I think they can be both. Okay, we have a picture here from a link Scissorfied gave me. Migrant Mom of the Year poses with a canister of tear gas in a media photo op. So the Mother of the Year, Migrant Mother of the Year, has been posing with a canister of cameraman. Okay. Yesterday's headline is today's hoax. The illegal alien mother fleeing from the border wall was all a setup. Wow. So they want us to believe that this is a big problem. Yeah, we're being manipulated. But I think there is a problem because the growth rate of people down in South America is 31% annual growth rate. More people are having kids. I won't be paying a lot of money out for the people in the fence, Manco. You really are an idiot, aren't you? You don't understand the complexity of thoughts. I think you're a Melco, not Manco. You've been banned. David, I heard them saying in Spanish they were telling everyone to bring the kids to the front. I believe you. Yeah, they're doing photo ops to try to push this story in front of us. It's almost a psyops. In fact, they found out that Beto O'Rourke's campaign was giving money to the caravan. Yeah. Beto O'Rourke's entire campaign was caught by Project Veritas making statements that they knew about money that they were giving to the caravan. Tell me that's not suspicious. We have video to prove that too. So we've got a government that isn't addressing an environmental crisis with the ongoing problem with recycled water. Nobody in our government is looking into the recycled water issue, though it's a serious issue. And this guy who literally swelled up twice the size of his body weight, nearly died from E. coli contamination. William Witt and his wife Belinda says it is irresponsible for the Food and Drug Administration to postpone water testing requirements for produce growers. And I totally agree with these people. So if you want to find out more about this water crisis and how these people this guy nearly died, said that the FDA won't even test the water of the growers, check that link out. Thank you. All right, now back to you. All right. Trump is ready to go all out in a trade war with China. Even the iPhone may not be spared. That's a problem. Yeah. It's kind of unfortunate that that's an ongoing trade war that Trump is developing with China, which is only going to cause us nothing but problems long term. I have a feeling Trump is doing this so that he can profit from Trump hotels. I can only imagine him making a deal, well, Xi Jinping, we're going to have a meeting, but I want you to know that I want you to be very, very kind to the fact that we want hotels in and around Beijing. I want at least 10 Trump hotels. Do you understand? I'm sure that that's the dialogue going. There's got to be some hidden financial deal that Trump is seeking, because that's what he does all the time. He tries to set up deals for himself to profit. And you, the American people, should have known that by now, that he's throwing our national relationship with China under the bus just to make deals. That's serious. Dirty farm water, yeah. Well, they're running out of water with the climate change that they're creating. Yeah, the more they dump chemtrails in the sky, the more they're going to have climate change. So as this is going on, people are dehydrating. We can't grow the water's not getting to the plants. They have to go for toilet water. That's what's really happening. Nancy Pelosi diverted the Delta smelt water many years ago, which meant that a lot of the Shasta Lake water can't go to the plants down there. So trees have died. Thanks to Nancy. She's responsible for hundreds of thousands of almond trees dying in California. Yeah, he wants to build his empire. That's my point. Trump is profiting from the White House in many different ways. Thank you very much. I'm so glad that we can talk. I know that Ivanka would love to visit Xi Jinping again for a private session. I wonder if he's going to send Ivanka in his stead. in his stead. Ivanka would love to see Xi Jinping one more time for a private, closed-door session. NASA's InSight mission has touched down on Mars to study the red plant's deep secrets. Well, if you believe this, you'll believe that the studio that NASA is spending billions of dollars on is really, really cool for making movies, too. Yeah, the InSight lander, NASA's latest foray to the red planet, has landed. Cheers erupted on Monday at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, which operates the spacecraft remotely, nearly 300 million miles away. And if you believe that, I've got some property in Alaska that's bubbling with crude oil. All right. Yeah, so many chemicals. Dirty farm water. Bad environmental control. An FDA that doesn't do their job. An EPA that doesn't do their job. And an American population that sits there going, huh? What? Well, the Democrats wasted our money and the Republicans can fix it now, and I like Donald Trump. That's the mindset of America. Okay, so this red Christmas tree is for real. I thought this was just like a make-believe Photoshop of some nightmare on Porn Street. But, yeah, this is the tackiest thing I've ever seen in my life. Melania Trump's red Christmas trees conjure Handmaid's Tale for Twitter users. Wow. Have people seeing red. So this is real. It really is. She's got spray-painted trees. God knows how much she spent. Extravagant in the White House, Melania Trump is being criticized in the White House. Oh, well, she probably got rid of the lady that was critical of her. Hold that thought. On Sunday, migrants at the U.S.-Mexican border were tear gassed and stopped from crossing. Yeah. But Melania is working on the trees. Many took to social media to criticize the lavish holiday decor and point out the contrast between that excess and the dire situation of refugees at the border. So true. Historically ludicrous that money could house four refugee families. I wonder how much taxpayer money it will cost, not to mention the cost of the production of the video. Good point. Thank you, Yahoo and Lifestyle and all that. All right, 300 million miles away. It's a hell of a transmitter, Scissor Fight. They're delivering a signal in real time from Mars. Isn't that amazing? Even though it takes 12 or 16 days to get from Mars to here, the signal is in real time. You figured them out, didn't you? Didn't take a lot to realize that NASA stands for Never a Straight Answer. There are fraudulent people in our government. There's fraudulent politicians throughout our nation. There's an 8-minute delay on signal transmission. I don't know. I think the trees were made I think they were flocked. They look like they've been flocked with red dye number 6. Or maybe red dye number 60. It's amazing how the First Lady thinks that by spray painting trees, she's somehow more natural. Doesn't she realize that the color red is associated with prostitution? Not that she's ever done that, because I know that that's something she's never done, but isn't that kind of a haughty waste of money too? Yeah. And it shows how unnatural it is. Most of those trees will be recycled in a toxic waste dump. Yeah. Trees cost $1 million a piece, no kidding. What's the real number here? I don't really see the numbers, but I'll get to that later. Nice to see you two tonight, Jar Jar. Jar Jar Dinks. welcome to the show, man. Here's a cool dome. Would that be nice to have in the backyard? Yeah, I'm thinking I'd like to get that. I could be like the dome man, you know? Do the show from inside the dome. We'll do like a little video outside, and I'll be inside doing the dome show. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I was impressed. Okay, now the appointment of Matthew Whitaker to the position of Attorney General is getting a lot of people upset. 15 state attorneys generals back Maryland in challenging Whitaker's appointment. Many people believe that this was a big move by Trump. It looks like in a self-defeating and self-incriminating slip-up, Trump just indicated that he installed Matthew Whitaker to kill the Russian probe. Yeah, this story we've been playing in our show a while back because Trump really wants this thing to go away. He doesn't understand that this is by definition obstruction of justice when he hired Matthew Whitaker to end the Russian probe. Yeah, that's a hard thing for him to understand because that would actually require somebody like Mueller telling him he committed obstruction of justice. But Mueller hasn't even done that yet. And there's more than enough evidence by firing James Comey he committed obstruction of justice. Even Trump himself said to Lester Holt he wanted to end the Russian thing. Let's focus on China. China. Mueller can say whatever he wants. That's the sad thing, is Mueller is not saying enough. We would have had, the Senate would have lost all the Republican votes that they'd got if Mueller had put obstruction charges against Trump. You would have seen people flip to the Democrats so fast you could get your head to spin. But still people think, they buy the BS that Trump is saying, oh, it's all a Russian hoax. It's all fake news. I mean, he's been using these 4 or 5 words to deflect every single credible piece of evidence showing his connection to the Russian mobsters. I don't need to talk about the illegals at the border because I'm the guy that is going to have to deal with the problem that Trump is creating by allowing them to get food stamps here in America. We talked about this. Red 40 is the most carcinogenic of all the dyes, and they put Red 40 all over those trees, I think. Or worse yet, maybe even plasticize them with paint, with aerosols. How she made those trees will be indicative of what they're doing to our country's most important office. Plasticizing it, making it toxic, immoral, dangerous. Yep. No, I would never hurt anybody at the border. I want to make the container wall comfortable for people. We're even talking about turning the containers into tiny houses and kiosks, selling people food or giving people food to be sure. Making sure everyone's fed and then having extra food for people with a little bit of money. Some people come to the border, with some money. There are people in Mexico right now who are trying to get to the border simply because by being at the border, they'll be saving a lot of money on a coyote who will transport them over the border. So people go to the border without any desire to spend their money, knowing that they're going to need it when they get to America. Put your head in the mindset of a family fleeing hardship in a country somewhere, and then you'll understand why these people are at the border, instead of thinking like a Trump tard and saying, oh, well, they're all evil people. They need to be gassed or taken out. God forbid you'd ever hurt these people. And California is a sanctuary state. Jerry Brown has already said he wanted to provide sanctuary to all these people. Trump should have dealt with Jerry Brown first and gotten on the same page with him before making these big moves. So we'll see what happens. David, do you support assisted suicide for the severely depressed? No. Never. Under any circumstances. My goodness, no matter how depressed you are, there's always a new way of living. There's always something different you can do to change your mindset. Go skydiving if you're that depressed. Do something that'll shake your brain out of the condition it's in. Ask your local psychiatrist for shock therapy. It's better than killing yourself. All right. Take a Greyhound bus tour. You know, that's got to be one of the best forms of travel therapy you could possibly get. Get on the Greyhound. Take a tour of the country. Seriously. You think I'm kidding? You can sleep on the bus and use the bathroom and travel around the country until your boredom disappears. Trump border cruelty is worse than you think. Let's take a look. Thank you, Upstate. Okay, this is Emma Vigeland. She's going to talk about border cruelty.
Celebrated Thanksgiving, a holiday that is supposed to be about people coming together. In fact, the first Thanksgiving celebration was, according to historical records, a feast between Native Americans and white colonists back in 1621. You could also call the colonists invaders if you wanted, right, Donald Trump? In the true spirit of Thanksgiving, over the weekend, Trump decided to treat these invaders, also known as migrants from Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador, fleeing horrific political situations, with a different kind of treatment. He authorized troops at the border to use lethal force, and then this happened.
Chaos erupting on the border. Hundreds of migrants rushing to cross into the U.S. from Mexico. At one point, migrants retreating after reports of border agents throwing tear gas canisters.
Agarramos para este lado de acá, pero cuando empezaron a tirar los gas y muchos niños desmayados, muchos niños chiquitos desmayados.
Yeah, I heard that they use tear gas on the border people. Right? Our military's been firing tear gas at the border people. So, you know, we're dealing with a crisis that's going to get worse. Not going to get any better anytime soon. You can watch the show in your clothes, yeah, if you want. Sure. Clothing optional when watching the show. It must be cold in some parts of the country, though. You better put some clothes on. Yeah, we have an all-nude chat audience here. If you choose to be clothing optional, you certainly can. I'm kidding. I know very few of you are actually naked, except for that one guy over at iVlog who continually touches himself during the show. Here's a bear casually opening a door. Bear casually opening a door. Nope, I cannot play commercials. I'm sorry. I know. Please, all of you, put your clothes back on. We're going to lose ticking time bags because he doesn't want to be here in the same chat as naked people. So, hola, Davidio. Es Speda checking in from Tijuana, Mexico border. Dave tonight and gentleman named Jeffy de Chupo and myself have begun construction on an underground tunnel that will run from me to the basement in Colorado.
I like your little the branches you picked out.
Oh yeah, that's cute. Well, that's the starting point. I started getting festive.
I can bring home a sturdier tomato cage.
Oh, that's okay.
My sister gave me some.
Yeah, she use them at where you are. I don't. I'm probably gonna break down and buy a $5 tree this year. I'm waiting for the price to go down. They usually give them away like 3 days before Christmas, but
yeah, or the night before Christmas.
The night before Christmas, and all the trees were for free. David was out gathering and pine cones and tree leaves. Sarah is here. Hello, Sarah. And
hello, David.
Tyson's Corner Black Friday shoplifters hit cars and escape. There were shoplifters who broke out, a gang of shoplifters, and had a violent encounter with police. Well, we'll have to look at that a little bit later. Thank you, Jar Jar. Sarah's here to relax and enjoy.
The moment you've all been waiting for. Here's Sarah.
Here's Sarah. The CDC now confirms 116 cases of polio-like paralysis. Now, the sad part about this is they really don't know what the cause of it.
Do they not have a vaccine for this one?
I doubt it. This
could
very well be.
This is what they would need a vaccine for.
Exactly, and this could very well be dioxin poisoning for all we know. It has all the symptoms of excessive Roundup exposure, so we don't know. It was the night before Christmas, and all the trees were free, and David was gathering and saving with glee. Thank you. Moving nerd. All right. Shows you how bad Mexico is if they aren't stopping to live in Mexico. Well, apparently, the President Nieto has agreed with the incoming President Obrador to send 100 Mexicans back, or 100 illegals back out of Mexico. That's just a start point. It's not really going to solve the problem. Yeah, it's going to be getting worse and worse, and Trump created this problem by giving people free food stamps for the past 2 years who are coming in here illegally. I would have stopped that 2 years ago. It would have been, it sent a clear message these people would not have free food coming here. But you Trump supporters seem to want to give free food to illegal aliens. I'm not sure what the deal is. I want to feed them, but not give them EBT money. That should go to U.S. citizens.
Wow.
Trump should have stopped the problem. That's his problem. He doesn't stop problems that persist. Giving them free food is not giving them an EBT card saying, oh, grab some free money while you're at it. All right.
Chat room celebrities now giving us things. A horrific scene is 145 stranded whales.
This led the story today, folks. This is a serious, horrible environmental crisis. I have not looked at it yet, but I will look at it now. 150 pilot whales stranded on New Zealand in Rakira Stewart Island. What is killing the whales? Yes. What is killing all these beautiful whales, these pilot whales? What caused this? Was it sonar testing in the waters? You know, I can't really say much about this because 145 whales, the Navy has decided that their environmental impact statement declared that 29 million marine mammals will die in the next 5 years. So how can I lament over 145 whales on the beach in New Zealand when I've got a Navy that's using sonar and flying jets overhead our house and wants to see 29 million marine mammals die in the next 5 years? I don't get that. We need to stop this unbelievable environmental destruction that's happening, starting with the Navy. You know that the Navy does not recycle any of their waste, that they dump it in the ocean? Everything from tampons to plastic razors and everything? I'm serious. You realize how bad this is? As president 2 years ago, I would have eliminated Navy dumping of septic systems into the ocean. Trump hasn't done anything.
Yeah. Those poor whales. That's a lot of whales. Weekend of the 24th, 25th November. Man. They were pilot whales. I wonder if they call them pilot whales. They were going forward to check to see if it was safe. I don't know. It's kind of crazy that would be 145 of them. What will David learn, you think? Yield Then Stop says Trump said the auto industry is booming. GM just toasted thousands of jobs and closed. He got rid of thousands of jobs and closed 5 plants. Does booming mean exploding? And what country is it booming in? North Korea? No, or South Korea? Wow. Yeah, it's not known why the whales or dolphins get stranded. Could be sickness, navigational errors, falling tides, or being chased by a predator. Good evening, all the ships at sea. Good evening, Navy men and women. Good evening, cargo vessels. Hello, all of you truckers and all of those hardworking people working long nights and long days wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much for all that you do. Know that your hard work is appreciated. There are many people that could not do what you do, and I just want to say how much I appreciate you. What's wrong, Ticken? If you're not feeling well, I hope you feel better soon. Yes, they were experimenting with sonar, Skrizzle, in the ocean. Yes, the New World Order could put cameras up everywhere. Hello, add the one. Oh. Okay. Has that been happening for a very long time, Chicken? Have you just recently been diagnosed? I never did that, Unique Talents. I eat most of the food that David makes. Did I see the Vancouver park that's losing all their koi to an otter? I didn't see that, but I've heard about things like that in our area. 4 of the valuable decorative fish are left. Staff have relocated 1 to the Vancouver Aquarium. We need to keep koi indoors around here, because what happens is the sea otters, they come up from the ocean. They can come up in the they can come up from the seabeds, and then they go into the gardens and eat the koi. I guess they smell it and they're like, fish. Guess 400 says, if you swim underwater on a busy lake, you can hear all the boat motors. Imagine what cacophony the whales must endure, hearing all the different motors of all the boats. True. And Scissor Fight has a link for me. Is it marine traffic? So I can say specifically to the... Wow, look at all those boats. My goodness, there is a lot of ships at sea. Wow. Let me show everybody else that. When I say there's some up in the Mississippi rivers, and look at all these ships at sea. Let me, or is it this one that's better? I don't know. Okay, no. Look at all those ships. Just keeps going. That's a lot of ships. A whole lot of ships. My goodness. Look at them all. All of those boats. That's good. Thank you so much for that, Scissor Fight. RoboSkills thinks governments could require every business and vehicle to have a government camera on their property. He says they're testing the geology. It's a powerful equipment intended to draw a 3D interior model of Mars. This is the first step of deciding where to land asteroids. Not boats, but asteroids. Yeah, the Indian Ocean does have a ton of activity, especially in around Australia. There's lots of activity. No, I don't think we do, Ticken. Thank you. Oh, Ace Spade, you're so funny. He says Sarah Woman by the name would like to, somebody would like to play trivia. The many people in the caravan use my trivia as a means to learn English. They've become quite well versed in words that begin with the letters M, R, and T. Yeah, somebody's down there in Antarctica, probably a military member. We might eventually land on the asteroids. Yes, thank you, Scissor Fight. But how are they going to get through the Van Allen belts? Van Allen worked a way around the Van Allen belts. Thank you very much. Moving Nerd says it has a link from Terra Standard that NASA says it has landed a spacecraft on Mars. Well, I would hope so, because like the Mars rover is supposed to be on Mars. That's a spacecraft. Oh, it is NASA's 8th successful Mars landing since the 1976 Vikings. NASA InSight spacecraft stuck the Mars landing. Its new home is Elysium Planitia, a still flat region where it's set to study seismic waves and heat deep below the surface of the red planet for a planned 2-year mission. You're so right, Roboskill. See? Let me show you. You are correct. NASA.gov.insight. They're going to explore the planet's interior. InSight Mars lander. It's been on there for 7 hours. Here's its landing on Mars. Here's an animation of InSight. Why is InSight landing at Elysium Planitia? Its goal is to study the interior of Mars and take the planet's vital signs, its pulse and temperature, to look deep into Mars. Lander must be at a place where it can stay still and quiet for its entire mission. That's why scientists chose this selection, Elysium Planitia, as InSight's home. So it's just sitting there, gathering information. I know I know what David says. Just because David says something doesn't mean yeah. I know, I agree with you, 400. What gives? Hello, Mitchell. Man, is that the Mitchell I used to know from Blog TV days? That was a long time ago. I doubt that's him. I think he's moved on with his life. He's doing other things. There's 2 Marco craft to help with landing. It was a great idea, you say? It gave InSight a lot more data for a spot. Hello. Yes, actually he doesn't say it's the Irish countryside. David thinks that the Mars rovers are in Greenland. That's because there is a NASA rover in Greenland, but it's not the Mars rover. There actually is a NASA rover in Greenland. That's where they started testing it. Yeah, Greenland. They were testing it on the ice to see if it could withstand cold temperatures. I don't know if he said Ireland, but I know it was Greenland, and if he said Ireland, then Well, I disagree with you guys that think the NASA space program is a scam. But then I guess I disagree with David as well sometimes. What is Greenland like? It's mostly ice. Mostly ice. Covered by glaciers and things of that nature. Yeah, space programs are expensive. China has one, Russia has one, the US has one. I don't know. I think there's a combined one in Europe. Thank you. Oh, you found it? The answer? You asked and ask and you shall receive. Europeans, yeah, see, I was pretty close. Didn't get all 13, obviously, but... No, Quora. I like Quora. You can ask, there's many different answers on Quora. The pretty flow of Auburn air. All right, I'm going to close out of NASA's thing. David wouldn't believe it anyway. This guy looks very, very excited here. Look at that. Look at his eyes. He's super excited. It's like, oh, it's gonna land. He's so excited. Yay! He stuck the landing. They had a whole like routine there. Did you see that? Those two had a whole thing they practiced. Pretty nerdy. That guy was very, very excited. Good job, guy. Good job, nerd. And I mean that with the highest, obviously, the highest respect. It's not an insult. It's awesome. All right. These are the poor koi being eating, not poor koi like poor koi tails, like where did we come from, but the poor koi fish. The koi fish are being eaten by an otter. No, yeah, sea otter, right? An elusive otter killed another 3. They've killed 10 fish. They caught and relocated one of the koi to the Vancouver Aquarium. They're trying to capture the otter. The garden remains closed until further notice. We're going on an otter hunt. What can we do about the otters? Don't put koi out for them to eat. Don't invest in koi fish. Engineer the environment for success. Maybe you should put the otter on display. The koi there are really impressive, I'm sure. But how much did they invest in the koi? I did not hear that Trump congratulated himself on Twitter, but it does not surprise me. For them, I think they want to do something with the otter, but maybe I think they should relocate the koi to the Vancouver Aquarium and then don't worry about having koi there. Donald Trump buried a climate change report because he doesn't believe it. Mexico says it will deport nearly 100 migrants who tried to cross the U.S. border. And back in Obama's days, his agents, the Border Patrol agents, pepper sprayed some migrants. Thanks, Wiscabo. Okay, they're trying to relocate the otter to a more appropriate home in Stanley Park, about 3 kilometers away. But he's already tasted the koi. He will know how to return. Did they really, Ticken? Did they really? Or did the lands migrate with them? Did it break off with people on it? From Pangea. Because Ticken wrote, every single one of us is descended from migrants. Even the Native Americans migrated to the U.S. And that's why I said, did they really migrate here? I don't know, I Love Fries. I haven't been keeping track of that. GM is going to lay off up to 14,000 workers and close as many as 5 plants. Members of Unifor, the union representing the workers of Oshawa's GM assembly plant in Ontario, are striking. It's going to restructure to cut costs, and they're going to focus more on autonomous and electric vehicles. So they're closing the Oshawa, Ontario plant. That's as much as 8% of their global workforce. 8%. Man. I don't know, Ghost. I agree. How many migrants do I know that can... How many people do I know that can debug a million lines of code in 24 hours? Not many. You're about it, Ghost. You're the only one. Yeah, true, Wiscabo. Cars are lasting longer these days. People are buying less cars. Trump suggests the U.S. could slap 10% tariffs on iPhones and laptops imported from China. Good thing I just got my laptop. Otherwise, I'd have to pay another 10%. Wait, you say he's bringing the jobs back, but not to Oshawa? He's bringing the jobs back to America? I don't think they're... Those jobs that are leaving Oshawa are going to America. 116 cases of that polio-like paralysis. Wow. No, with Gabo, he's making dinner. That's what he does. So a California man, he went...
There's an urgent manhunt underway right now in California for a teen.
Okay. He went to check on the house of a concerned next-door neighbor who heard noises outside her home. He was shot multiple times by an alleged burglar running from officers. He spent the next 8 days in this hospital and he died on Thanksgiving Day. Wow. In Barstow, police received a call about a burglary. The caller said the neighbor's home was being broken into. The flashlights could be seen inside the neighbor's home. A different neighbor called their house because she heard noises outside. When officers arrived, they chased 2 teenage boys on foot to the back of the burglarized home and lost sight of them. As officers were searching for the boys, they heard multiple gunshots from the side of a nearby home. That's where they found this guy Smith suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. He walked to the side of a house and he was confronted by one of the boys. He was flown to a local hospital. Officers found a loaded handgun near the scene of the shooting. They confirmed that the handgun found by the officers matched the caliber of the shell casings found at the scene of the shooting. 4 teenage boys, ages 15 to 17, were arrested at the scene. And the shooter was an 18-year-old. But they have not located this 18-year-old yet. He's still at large. Wow. Wow, that is a sad story. Very sad. Vaughn Live, we just noted that Vaughn Live ended with a .live now and not a .tv. Yeah, that happens about 6 months ago. Vaughn.live, yeah. That's good that you no longer, you have, that's fine for you, yes. He said he wants to move away from .tv. Good. I could mod you, Shadow. I didn't know you guys were brothers. Obamacare is having a surprisingly good year, according to Fox. A runaway dog is going to be reunited with his family after being found 1,000 miles away. But if he ran away, does he really want to be united? You don't know how to turn it on? Maybe I should try it. how to do it either. Oh, total troll move. Okay. Yeah, I think Venezuelan oil tanked in value purposefully, 400. I think it was all done by the economic hitmen. Fiona, which, no. Not that I know of, Shadow. It's a nothing command. Okay. Oh, she has some issues and she wanted to talk to me. Okay. Does she have my email address? americasthirdparty@gmail.com. Okay. Wow, Honduran's president's brother has been accused of conspiring to import tons of cocaine to the U.S. Honduran's president's brother has been arrested on drug trafficking and weapons charges. According to the Hill, the DEA arrested him. Maybe that will help Honduras. There's a lot of high winds, yes. High winds in my area. Wow. So the GM's layoffs are in the US and Canada. Hi, thank you for featuring me, iVlog. Has the medical programs improved since Trump has been president? I can't say that they have that I've known of. I would say, I personally think that the whole Affordable Care Act hasn't really been affordable for people, especially for the working class. And I don't think that's really changed much since Trump's been president. I think one thing that has changed, and maybe is that, we'll see, is the taxation for people that don't have insurance. So more people are paying more money for insurance. And then people that don't have insurance aren't penalized. But I don't necessarily think they should be. Oh, GM got rid of the Chevy Volt. Plug-in hybrids are losing market share. Apple is launching an app development program to support female entrepreneurs. Nice. Female coders out there. You think some men are going to just pass themselves off as females? Like, you'll never see me in person. I'll just pretend to be a female. No. Shadow 2K1. Wait, what? Shh. I'm confused. Oh, Upstate has a link from The Guardian that says crisis of Honduras democracy has roots in U.S. tacit support for the 2009 coup. But Ticken thinks it's BS. I was reading something. Okay. I'm so not a sports fan. Yes. Oh, NASA scientists find possibly infectious superbugs on board the International Space Station. Every day there's drama in the U.S. So true, Yield and Stop. We have to have constant drama all the time. You can't slow down.
That's good. I did it. You know that kale dish?
Yes.
It was starting to, like, had to be eaten, so I went ahead and steamed it up. And
oh, thank you.
if you want to have any of that, you can. It's on a slow burner.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. And there's also taco meat in the refrigerator. If you want to grab some of that, put it in there, you can do that too.
Okay. Good. It's a good deal.
Do you want me to-
Hospital denies a woman's heart transplant and recommends crowdfunding or fundraising to pay for her $10,000 heart transplant.
Wow. So the hospitals are telling people they should crowdfund their heart. Wow. Heartless, for-profit hospitals that are trying to... Yeah, we made some taco meat and froze it about 6 months ago, so we pulled it out of the freezer, and it's good, really good ground sirloin that we made.
Yeah.
It was from a big batch. But that's in the refrigerator if you want to get to that, if you want to go in that direction. Okay. Throw that on top and let it cook for another 10 minutes or so. Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, thank you.
Enjoy. I turned the heater on too in the bedroom. Yeah, it's really getting to that cold period where we're having a very mild winter though. Not exactly a cold winter. You're writing a song titled Drama in the US? Like kind of like a YMCA thing? Drama in the US. Welcome to your channel. I know, I love it. I love having a channel. It's great to have people talking and chatting. I never had that when AOL collapsed and there was this big void and then Google started. Like, yeah, right. Like we want to hang out there. War is a Racket is a speech, a 1935 short book based on the career military experience of Butler, frankly discussed how business interests commercially benefit. Smedley Butler. War profiting from warfare. Yes. War is a Racket. That's an old book. Look at that. Yeah, they were trying to explain it to all of us back then, and we never learned. General Smedley D. Butler said this. We should learn these things. There's no conspiracy here. I mean, this is a fact, Jack. Good. Talking to Amber. Do you nearly think you're as intelligent as Ocasio-Cortez? I have never claimed to be as intelligent as Ocasio-Cortez. I did make some hot sauces. We made a big batch of, I guess they were jalapenos. I picked up a 40-pound box of jalapenos outside of a store one day. I said, Sarah, they're just throwing that jalapeno away. Little did I know I had to put rubber gloves on and grab it and core out all of the jalapenos, put them in a big jar, fill them with vinegar, and then I let it sit for, 2 years. And then, no, don't blender it. And then you get the vinegar pulls all that out. Eyes, I know. And then all the hot sauce goes then into a tomato base, and then you have to slow cook that for like 16 hours. So I made this massive amount of hot sauce. It lasted me about 3 years, I believe. Lindsey Graham thinks I'm hot. Is Lindsey in the room right now? Really? I didn't think Lindsey was that way. He seems like such a masculine man. Do you think he's gay? Because I'm not gay. No. Most of our now illegal immigrants came in legally on a plane from many countries. Where are you getting that? Well, you're right. Obama had a plan where he sent in a lot of people through USPS shipments. They came and arrived prepackaged. We had a ton of Nigerians up through the Northeast over the past 10 years. Somalians. It's true. We have absorbed a tremendous amount by plane through the International Refugee Resettlement Program. So moving nerd is not that, yeah, thank you. Slow mode is not that off on that assessment. I don't know. Is Misanthropy even here? Yeah, he has. He and Rex both have mod status, and now they don't want to hang out. Now we got to. It's kind of ironic. We gave two people. Sarah gave two people mods, and they don't even want to be here. So we probably will pull them back off mods if they don't use them. Whew, wow, I didn't expect that to happen. So a woman rejected a heart transplant, or was rejected because she didn't have enough money. Hospital denies woman's heart transplant, recommends fundraising to pay for it. Now, I met a person who knew a person who lost he was on a donor list for the liver transplant. And they'd asked him a simple questionnaire, have you ever smoked marijuana? And he said, yeah, I smoked it once. Oh, pulled him right off the liver list. Here in Washington State. Can you imagine waiting for a liver and getting yanked off the liver donor list because you claim on a questionnaire once that you smoked marijuana? Poor guy died about a month later, too. It really, really is sad the way they treat people. These for-profit hospitals need to be prosecuted. We need to actually physically prosecute some of these organ transfer people. They're completely criminal what they're doing. Do you smoke? I have smoked it, yes. I prefer to vaporize it. It's less resin, but... no, you're not going to get the mod ship of Hymanmeister, but thank you. Hymanmeister has put his request in to be a mod. I remember hearing you a couple times saying that. Well, we need to at least get tough on our violators. We've got huge healthcare ripoff artists sucking money out of our system, and I could probably go from policy to policy and earmark all kinds of dollars specifically for Americans who are on a fixed budget. But we have to revamp the whole system, and we want to ultimately create a public health option as opposed to a single payer plan which charges employers and employees 7%. Public health option would be a government-run system with no brokerage in between, and we would be able to cover all of your health care and dental needs at our public hospitals. And we would expand our mobile medical unit concept as well, giving you a chance to get health care as well there. The mobile medical unit idea is portable, and we will be able to provide health care for everybody here. Theoretically, you will be asked to pay a copay, but if you have no money, you can sign a waiver, and we'll keep track of your fingerprint to make sure you're not doing that over and over again, and then also making money against your tax return. Yeah, I would say copay would be like $30. It would be applicable toward a dental care, like on your teeth as well. This door right here would be your dental care door. We'd have a dentist doing basic removals of teeth and fillings, preferably fillings. But if your tooth is really far gone, you'll say, well, we'll take it out for $50. Or you can go to a dentist and have a root canal professionally for like $1,000 or more. Well, yeah, they're very simple ideas and they're portable and everything really makes sense. The thing I've discovered about American politics and our government is common sense solutions have not really migrated to the top. They're usually shot down in committee. And the reason why our system is failing itself is because these committees never want to cut their budget. Nobody ever wants to, eliminate spending. So we never really manage the money properly. And what we have now are a bunch of greedy whores working for us as congressmen and women, vying for more power within their parties, which has really destroyed our ability to actually shrink government and make programs that are meaningful at the same time. It's like getting rid of excess unnecessary programs, shifting dollars to money needed for people who really are in need of a startup capital to get going. I mean, even the $400 a month plan, the basic income plan that we've come up with, that people are copying, that too is a big move in the right direction. I don't really need to write a book for SSI recipients because most of them don't read. They know how to read, but most of the people that don't even bother checking and reading books. So you're living in the 1980s. No, I think a couple of simple tools that you need when you're saving money is always live below your means. Don't spend more than you have. That's a rule to live by, a rule of thumb, and you will live better as a result of it. And ultimately, your retirement will be a little easier too. You think retinal scans are less invasive than fingerprints, really? I'm sorry, but I don't trust a laser beam looking at my eye going, I'm sorry. My retina is too important to be scanned. Thank you. I wouldn't feel cool having a light looking at my eye. I just don't trust it, especially with all the truth about rapid scanners and how they are low-level radiation devices that can actually alter your DNA when you go to the airport. Yeah, they don't tell you that. There's a conspiracy to keep you stupid. There's a conspiracy in America to make everyone not ask questions. In fact, if you do ask questions, they often label you a tinfoil head person. No, good day. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going for the straight look today. Thanks for asking. You're not a friend of our show, so you're leaving the show now. So if you want to fashion a tinfoil hat and make yourself look funny, I suppose, but to a lot of people who question whether the government's telling us the truth, you're immediately labeled a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. And I'm here to make conspiracy theory sound like something you might want to do in your spare time, not something to alienate you from your entire family like Alex Jones does. I'm not here to freak you out. Hey, Sir Mike. Alex Jones is a controlled opposition person who's designed to make everybody feel like talking about the truth makes you look weird. You like that hat? Yeah. When are people going to get behind Robuscules? Okay, because you don't make a lot of sense. You told your counselor who's given me life for the last year that I want to get one more good drunk in before sober. Nobody's going to get behind your plan to get drunk one more time. That's a rationale every person says when they're an alcoholic. Come on. You're asking for people to help you when you need to take responsibility for your own actions, Robuscules. So anyway, we take on the tough subjects of why the government might be putting out false flags, why they're actually able to lie to you on a daily basis, perfectly legal. A lot of you are asking questions, we answer. It's completely legal for our government to lie to us.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I have. And we've got answers for people like that. So, yep. In 2012, Barack Obama signed the National Defense Authorization Act into law, and it made it possible for our government to essentially lie to us, because in the National Defense Authorization Act of 2012, which is also signed by Trump in 2018, they can actually spit out propaganda, psyops, any agenda they have. Their agenda is to get rid of our guns. They can do that. So if you're wondering how anybody could possibly fake their death, you got to ask yourself, why is this church having so many problems with embezzlement of PayPal money? Well, this is one of the big shootings that occurred, the Charleston shooting. You remember that? In 2015? Well, the pastor is on record as the only person who died from a terrorist attack in the past 10 years that has actually been seen at his funeral. Well, it turns out this story was so prevalent on the internet that the government decided to suppress it, and now all that's left is this picture. It turns out this is a wax dummy. And if you look at it closely, you'll see that that the ear is 2 inch, like 1 inch lower than the other. Yeah, let me make it more evident for you here. This ear right here is a wax ear, and it's 1 inch shorter than the other ear of the real person. So I wouldn't doubt this guy's still alive. So this is probably the most interesting aspect. The only person to ever have an open casket funeral in 10 years out of all these people. I'm talking Mandalay Bay, Parkland shooting, Sutherland Park shooting, the community college shooting in Oregon, blah, 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 the San Bernardino shooting, all these shootings, not one single casket was open except for this one right here. And the conspiracy theory is that they are lying to us in order to push us toward gun control. That's not a very difficult argument to make. It's pretty easy to understand. We could prosecute Barack Obama for lying to us about his birth certificate. That's a possibility in 2021. No, it was not an earwax case. It was a case of a wax head. He's a wax dummy was used to lay this pastor in state. It wasn't a real person. And there's other abnormalities about his head that were typical of wax when it sits, and you have a large wax ball, it tends to melt a little bit. Yeah, so it kind of becomes oblong. And that was obvious there too. But this whole story was suppressed on the internet and scrubbed off the internet. In the search engine, you can't even find this, except for that one single thumbnail image that I have right in front of me, right here. That's it. It's a thumbnail image. That's all that you can find on the internet. So the government wants this gone. They want that gone. No, I'm not suggesting the right to arms is the only thing standing between freedom and global tyranny, but it's one of the many things. Our Second Amendment right is one of the key things holding the government and a police state from getting out of control, from taking over. But their effort to get rid of guns is so important to them. And this is not our agenda. This is not the agenda of the American people. This is the agenda of the government deciding to think for us. No, it's not the same photograph of the same man. It's definitely a wax dummy. Yeah, Mars is 33 million miles away, I guess, yeah. Or 330 million, I think they said. There have been some people on the news that are are making some headway against Trump. There's a lawsuit that's migrating forward in the Supreme Court of New York County. Trump was just recently claiming that he couldn't be sued because he's president, and the judge has ruled that he certainly can be sued. And this is a suit against Trump and his daughter, Eric, and the Donald J. Trump Foundation, claiming that they used their money inappropriately, and that the foundation, incorporated in 1987 in New York as a private not-for-profit corporation, its primary mission is to receive and maintain a fund exclusively for charitable, religious, scientific, literary, or educational purposes that qualifies exempt organizations. It did not meet that standard. So they're going to sue him for putting a charity together in 1987, and it's going forward. It's going to lead to a trial, and the Trump family is going to have to answer to why they've deceived us for so long. All right. And then this story, Trump meeting the people of Mississippi, claiming he looks like Elvis.
Home of thousands of hard-working American patriots and the proud birthplace of the king of rock and roll, Elvis. Elvis! We love Elvis. I shouldn't say this. You'll say I'm very conceited, because I'm not. But other than the blonde hair, when I was growing up, they said I looked like Elvis. You see that? Could you believe it? I always consider that a great compliment. We love Elvis, don't we? In fact, we just gave Elvis the Medal of Freedom Award at the White House.
So he thinks he looked like Elvis somehow. Trump thinks that he looked like Elvis, and everyone said so he's making it all about Elvis. Yeah. Nice, huh? So he's riding on Elvis's coattails. He plays music that he can't legally from various groups like the Rolling Stones. He uses all kinds of cheap stump tricks to win favor with the crowd. It's amazing, isn't it? And they fall for it. The people on the far right. It's amazing. But I got the impression he sounded like an old man talking to an entire bingo parlor of people at your local nursing home. I mean, it's kind of pathetic how he appeals to people. It's just, but whatever. Yeah, it's time. We need a person who's more vibrant and ready to go. And I've even got a song ready to play at our rallies. And I think it's a good song. It certainly meets the criteria of a good starting song, where I'm not taking the rights and royalties from the Rolling Stones. That's why I created the song myself, called Mr. Right.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. You spin my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, we're here to talk about weather warfare. The one thing that we shouldn't be discussing really is how PG&E started the fires in California. And I'm really worried about Los Angeles as well. It's still dry as a bone down there, and we're seeing a potential for directed energy weapons to be used out anywhere on the coastline. I don't know, man. I would be very fearful of living in a really nice house. I think I would install mirrors on my roof, you know? I'm wondering if some people are going to be putting in mirrored roofs to redirect the directed energy weapons from hitting their houses. I wouldn't doubt somebody is going to put up a mirrored roof. I cannot ban anybody for being repetitive. As long as you're not cutting and pasting from a book, I won't ban you. You can repeat the same thing a few times. Whatever gets you through the night. Mirrored ceilings, not mirrored rooftops. Some of you like mirrored ceilings because you're into that, but mirrored rooftops might work. The technology that they have to take out any particular location, and I'm talking top level technology, is very real. And the directed energy weapons that they have, it's indisputable. I mean, they've got this ability to fire into any location and burn things. And earlier in the show, I showed you how this is possible, that the California forest fires might have been caused by something as nefarious as a directed energy weapon. It's possible. We did show you this clip really quick here of the starting point of the fire. And it's an explosive opening here. You'll see it. Right there. It's like boom, right there. Boom. All of a sudden it just boom. That's it. It's like a big, huge, powerful hit. And it could have been that they were seeding the fire with helicopters like here. This is an actual photograph of a helicopter that was dropping flames on the trees, and you'll notice the wind blowing those cinders really fast. It's like 60-mile-an-hour winds here. So why would they be setting a fire into a clear patch of trees heading to the outside perimeter of the fire when it's only going to increase the fire? It's not going to in any way lower it. It's spread it quicker, much quicker. So I'm investigating. I need to see an investigation, an arson investigation of all of these causes. But I don't have the power to do that. I'm featured on iBlog. Welcome, guys. Thanks for featuring me. I don't have the power to do anything, just like you. We don't have the power to say boo, really. And when people do speak out, they're told to shut up. Yeah, there was a recent interview that was made public by, I guess, Tom Arnold, where Tom Arnold was approached by the Secret Service and basically held there and talked, and he videotaped it in his house and put it on Mother Jones. I'm going to play you an exclusive interview Tom Arnold just had with the Secret Service. Apparently, you're not allowed to speak out against anything in this administration. Tom Arnold is on record talking about how he believes that there's very wild, Zellfire. Tom Arnold believes that there's some sort of a videotape of Donald Trump beating up Melania in an elevator that was purchased for $500,000 and shut down. Was that what they were talking about? Because that's not mentioned in this video. But Tom Arnold, I've never heard him threatening the president, but here he is listening to two Secret Service agents give him the run over. Seriously, you can call him a joke, but remember, his freedom of speech is being influenced by Donald Trump's cronies. This is obstruction of freedom of speech. Now, Tom Arnold said he saw Donald Trump engage in the N-word publicly, that he claims there's a videotape of Donald Trump at the Celebrity Apprentice calling everybody every racial slur he could, and then bragging about seeing little girls in dressing rooms when he was at Teen USA. So Tom Arnold says that tape's out there too. So now the Secret Service is muscling him. Check this out.
No, I get it. I just want to get a little back.
So we're, when we go out on these interviews where we let people know, like, look, you're free to say whatever you want.
Oh, I hear you.
No boundaries. Once a certain line is crossed,
of course, and I respect these racist things on his show, and I've seen it because my buddies do his show. I said, well, at least show the country what he's really like, and that's sort of what my show is about.
Okay, well, so full disclosure.
Anyway, full disclosure.
We're not the First Amendment police. You're free to say.
No, I get it. I just want to get a little back.
So we're, when we go out on these interviews where we let people know, like, look, you're free to say whatever you want.
Oh, I
Stick
hear
with
you.
no boundaries. But once a certain line is crossed, that's
Of
when we
course,
come
of
out.
course, and I respect, I completely.
So, in your type of case, what we're concerned with a lot too is the audience it could reach.
Absolutely.
It could incite somebody to go do
I did
something.
see a crazy reaction to it from people that there's because I get a lot of death threats. I mean, there's a certain element of, I don't know if they're bots, but I just ignore it. Because anytime you take a position opposite those people, you get, I get it all the time. And so I just say, I'm going to ignore this, I ignore it, we have a certain amount of security, and I ignore it. But I also see how they take something and they blow it up like he is literally threatening to, and I find that absurd, but I can see how, and I also see people are tweeting Secret Service needs to be, like they could call you guys and have you come over. I'm like, that's ridiculous, but I understand what you're doing.
Okay, so, because you see a lot of times when we've had previous attempts on the president's life, they got motivated by somebody. You look at Reagan and
It's horrible. It's horrible. I hear
So
you.
that's
I hear you.
it's
Yeah.
kind of twofold. We're addressing the tweet, but we also want to make sure what you said, what it can be taken as.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then obviously at the end of this whole thing, the biggest thing is to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Absolutely.
So those specific types of threats are just our scope. Anything else?
I understand.
So,
and as I said, like I said, you obviously know you're a public figure. So as we've gone on several interviews with more like individuals who are public figures in society, it's not always concerned about. Obviously, we addressed anything that you may have tweeted or posted on Facebook or something, but what we have to worry about, you guys have an audience, like you say, inciting those that follow you.
Yeah.
You know, by being a public figure, like I said, you might have used it in like a kind of comedian type sense or whatever, being very comical about it. But there's a lot of people out there who they really follow. Hey, Tom Martin, he said this. That was the exact thing I needed. That I need to go get this and go ahead at the next rally and carry this out. But you might have been in it total like playful jest.
Yeah.
So those are the type of things that we, when it comes to that type of person with a public platform like you have, you could, want to, incite or motivate people like that would actually go out and do something.
That's why you don't.
Wow. The next day, a pro-Trump supporter was arrested for allegedly sending pipe bombs to Trump critics. And Arnold wondered if the Secret Service ever gave Trump this same talk. He needs it far more than me, Arnold later told Mother Jones. Yeah, because Trump really has incited a lot of activities, and he's even been investigated for inciting riots in Kentucky. But you're seeing now that Trump is using the Secret Service to stifle his critics, much like Hitler did. You see that? That's pretty serious. I don't think you're aware of how serious this obstruction of justice and obstruction of free speech can be. I mean, when you have people threatened. Now, if Arnold threatened the president, of course, Tom Arnold, we should be definitely taken aside and said this and that. But did he? We don't know. I don't see any effort by Tom Arnold to threaten the president. Right. I just think it's muscling him, and I think it's wrong. He never did. Yeah. So the misuse of power by Trump. Trump is doing a lot of that misuse of power. He is using the Department of Homeland Security. Remember when they said that there was no involvement in the election by the Russians? And then 3 weeks later, they recanted it and said, well, there was. In fact, they went with the CIA and the FBI's assessment. And then they said the 2018 election will be affected too. Donald Trump had used the DHS to alter the argument. He also used Commerce Department to say that we need trade with Russia, even though there's no proof at all that that's the case. Trump's did a lot of other bad things, like fired all of cybersecurity forces that Hillary had, and is on record tweeting about how it would be better if we had cybersecurity from Russia. Yeah, I was really shocked to see this. This is a cybersecurity issue that alone would get a person arrested for espionage. But Trump seems to be able to get away with this. Yeah. Got to go really far back in that to pull it up. It's an important link I used to play at our show all the time, but there's so many egregious actions being committed by Trump that I can hardly keep up with all the different things. They're like in our backlog of bad things he's done. Okay, I'm going to go to the central internet now. Okay, here it is right here. His Twitter. I'll show it to you. This is extremely disturbing. And again, if we want to blow this off and say, yeah, no big deal. But back in 2017, he said, Putin and I discussed forming an impenetrable cybersecurity unit so that election hacking and many other negative things will be guarded. He asked the people that have been breaking in through our election and violating our election law and influencing voters and viewers and internet people throughout the world. He said that we're going to work with Russia to stop Russia, essentially, which is complete and gross in every way. It's like treason, what he said there. And this tweet stands as evidence in an ongoing case of why is Trump siding with Russia all the time? So a lot of you people have to wake up to this Mueller thing, and it's still not going away. And the month that he's been quiet, he's been really wrestling with the reality that Manafort is lying in the plea agreement. So he can't even get Manafort to actually speak clearly about anything and tell the truth. So apparently Mueller has a real serious problem on his hands. He's got this sneaky snake trying to take everything in a different direction. He's being led in different ways, different directions by Manafort, who really needs to come clean as to where all that money went into Trump's hands and where it came from. It's when Trump is treasonous and suggests that Russia should handle our election, that's different than somebody out there on the road, saying, yeah, I think Russia should handle our election. Trump's statements have much more weight than any one of ours. So it's clear that it's treason at the highest level, and that's proof in and of itself of treason. This Donald Trump tweet. And if you don't believe it, that he tweeted this, just check it out for yourself. There you go. Tweet away. World's first 3D printed e-motorcycle. Hey, believe me, I don't like Hillary as much as you don't. But Trump hasn't prosecuted her at all, sir. We've been waiting for Trump to do something with Hillary, and now we're hearing from the alt-right that, he tried to with Jeff Sessions. Show me the proof of that. Show me Donald Trump's letters to Jeff Sessions asking him to prosecute Hillary, while you people continue to defend Trump and his treasonous ways. That's a pretty interesting idea. Kebab kitchen for the homeless. A robot kebab chicken. A new era in additive manufacturing. Really? Is this relevant to conspiracies? Yeah, this is just a motorcycle commercial, man. That's cool. Oh, wow. Cool motorcycle. The world's first fully 3D printed e-motorcycle. Wow. I am depressed. Impressed. I am impressed. Yeah, as if you didn't have another toy. You need to buy another one. Don't wait there. Get your e-motorcycle. Forkless steering. Ooh, even better. Viet, welcome. Reporting for duty. Thanks, man. We're here supporting our veterans every night, just talking about them. Well, he chickened out. I don't think that's the statement that really embodies what's happening. Trump is working for the same people that are financing Hillary, AIPAC and the others. Trump openly solicited AIPAC money when he was elected. Before he was elected, he was openly soliciting AIPAC money just like Hillary. So don't kid yourself. The two parties are working for the Zionist elite. There's no doubt about it in our minds. Some of you are finally waking up. It's good to see a few people here that finally figured it out. Yeah, so if you're here to support AIPAC and the Zionist takeover of the world, the New World Order, you came to the wrong place. We're against the two-party system because they represent AIPAC and the money powerful elitists that control our future. Yeah, I'm just telling you, that's what's happening. If you're wondering why you're not getting anything out of this world, out of the government, they don't care about you. They care about padding their own pockets. They don't care about you. Isn't that painfully obvious by now? Were you around during the draft, David, or was that before your time? I was here 3 years after the time period of the draft. Had I been born 3 years earlier, I would have been in the draft. Replay pop-up. Sure. It's just a way of laughing. Sorry. Okay, I think we're covered almost everything. Crisis of Honduras democracy has roots in the U.S. tacit support for the 2009 coup. People are wondering why all these Hondurans are coming up through the border, because we kind of led to their breakdown in their culture. Our New World Order tendency of being imperialistic and pushing corporate control over small countries like Honduras, training their leaders to have police state, torture methods, led to a lot of people saying, I don't want to live around here, man. I want to live in America. I want to live in America. I want to live in America. And that song really does play over in their heads over and over again. So you got to blame somebody here for something. Man, she's ready to go. Military police stand guard next to supporters of the opposition candidate Salvador Nasrallah as they hold protest on Wednesday in Tegucigalpa. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be there. So a lot of people are leaving Honduras. See. And this news story came in about GM. Mostly owned now by GM Shanghai. China is probably moving a lot of work over to China. Now that General Motors was bailed out, then they sold out to China. GM's going to lay off 14,000 workers and close as many as 5 plants in the U.S. Sorry, guys. You'll have to find jobs at the dollar store and fast food places. Unfortunately, I wish there was a better way right now. And this nightmare picture embodying the elite nature of the White House and how they are completely unrelating to the American people. Melania has decided to put up trees that are all blood red with little bonnets on them. Now what this means, one only has to wonder, is this part of an Illuminati spirit cooking ritual or something? I just don't know. But Melania, your taste in Christmas is very expensive, and people are not liking it. Yeah, it's red. I think these are artificially sprayed trees or God knows what, maybe even just draped crap. I wouldn't doubt there's some lights in them, I would hope. But, I mean, they paid a lot of money for this stuff. Yeah. Okay. We have a lot of question about people coming into the country illegally, and a lot of the media that we're listening to frames all these people that are coming up from the border as complete scumbag rapists, like Donald characterizes them. Many of them are not. Many of them are real, just average people like yourself who are just living in hell. And they're saying, we got to do something. We can't live here anymore. So if you put a human face on what's happening, you'll understand how what Donald is doing is really wrong by telling them that they can come here and have food stamps for free. See, Donald Trump has continued the program Obama had, giving food stamps out to illegal aliens. We don't have an obligation to do that. We only have an obligation to provide food. It's the general welfare clause that we have to comply with. So Donald Trump has openly invited them to come up here by giving them food stamps. Yeah. When you come to America, when I'm president, you'll be having to become a U.S. citizen to get the money. $400 in food stamp money per month. That's the plan. Well, let's be clear. Let's be completely unclear. So this scary guy, Mr. Trump, is making people wonder, is he going to shoot them? Or, well, they're already using tear gas on these people. Yep. So we're wondering, is this going to be an ongoing problem? Is he going to increase the rounds to bullets? What's next? Well, I believe the border will be closed, and he's already said this has already become a national defense problem. Trump is already laying it out to shut the border down. And I actually am okay with that. I don't have a personal interest in this. But shooting people is out of the question. No. Sorry, Delvin. We don't kill people. Sorry. Many of these people are just families. God. Well, you get to come in here already because you're a U.S. citizen. You can prove that. So what's your problem? We want to give people a way to come into the country legally. So having fast-track naturalization on plan is part of our ultimate goal, to provide people a way in. But there's no guarantee that they'll pass the 100-question test to become a U.S. citizen. But they will have to pay a fee to do this. It creates an opportunity for our country to pay for some of its services, too. We could provide free English, history, and government at low cost, really, when you think about it, and still bring in fees, which will pay for expanded infrastructure like Walmart-size immigration centers. Not only at our border, but around the world. This applies around the world. I'd rather people went home to do this. I would rather implement the fast-track naturalization plan in their home country than to do it at the border. And we could set up a pre-qualification process where they, pay like $39 or $49 to see if they qualify with the necessary documents, and that would go toward their fee. That would be refunded toward their fee. But it'd be a non-refundable fee if they don't pay into the fee. If they don't buy, if they don't qualify, that's a $49 loss or something. But we could pre-screen a lot of people this way and set up large immigration centers in every single country around the world with the cost and the money that comes from people applying. Take it away from the border. Make sure that they can become U.S. citizens in their home country, not at the border. Now, this, of course, would not apply to Mexicans. They would probably have the ability to go to their Mexican embassy and get U.S. citizenship applications there. So we're kind of pulling people away from the border and telling them no free food stamps. Nuh-uh. Sorry. Not going to happen. For a lot of these people over the years, free food stamps has been a big incentive to come here with their families because they made $300 or $400 a month already with families of 5 or 6 people. I've seen the food stamps doled out to people that have large families. It's huge. There are places in the country where Native Americans rely on their food stamp money for their family. Food stamps get people into the country. That's why they're here. That's why they're coming in, if you didn't know. That's the secret. And a lot of them have been upset because the ICE forces are using the food stamp lists and all their addresses to run down people illegally in the country. So there's kind of a double-edged sword now with food stamps. It's time to phase out the program, Donald. I mean, what are you waiting for? Phase out the food stamps for illegal aliens. Keep them for U.S. citizens. Yes, I am able to have human genitals. Why are you asking me if I have a penis? Do you realize how rude that is? We need to take care of our citizens and the country at large before we start helping others. I agree, Rex. We need to start helping Americans first. We're not giving them any money. That's the thing. We would provide food banks plenty of tortillas and refried beans. There's lots of low-cost solutions to food other than that. Donuts. I mean, come on. Nobody's going to starve in America. We've got a lot of food waste here. We don't need to give away U.S. tax dollars left and right to people coming in here, like Obama has been doing and Trump is now doing. We got a lot of homeless people that need help. I know. And they're not illegal. That's my point. We need to get $400 a month to every U.S. citizen in the country, especially the vets. 35% of the veterans that are in America are without any money whatsoever. They got nothing. I believe that this is a great idea too. The $1 billion container wall idea, covering 1,000 miles. The container fence, if you will, made out of containers, shipping containers. It's a very solid idea, a total of $1 billion to do this. Yeah, we don't allow people to talk about other rooms here, especially that guy. Access denied. Godlike Productions. Access denied. That's because it has a JPEG image in it, I think. Nope. Yeah, that link doesn't get through. Sorry. I'm sorry, the link does not make it in. Drag King. This is hilarious. Check this out. Oh, this is funny. F you to Hillary, F you to Trump, you're cool, and F you, and I'm out with Bernie. That's hilarious. Thanks. Very funny. I don't even use the F word. But that's really cool, Scissor Fight. Thanks for making that, man. I'll put that in my collection. Yeah, I've used the F word a few times in my personal life, but I don't prefer using it. I've never used it on camera, ever. I'm not like Chef Ramsay in the F word. So I think there's certain limits to what I should say. I started using the S word in 2016. But for 8 years, I didn't say the S word either. Thank you. But yeah, good opportunity. Okay, let's see. I'll put that motorcycle in our tech sector. All right. Wow. That was disturbing. It's like a complete startup that just keeps coming. So this border cruelty that's happening is getting even worse with the tear gas. Here's more eyewitness testimony from The Guardian.
Mi hija también le cayó. Mayoría de gente, mujeres embarazadas.
Tear gas at the border against unarmed families, children seeking a better life. Tear gas.
Okay, let's stop this liberal libtard for a second. First of all, the picture that you're about to see was created. It was a staged picture.
También le cayó. Mayoría de gente.
That picture was staged. Pregnant women and their children are being tear gassed. So somebody set this video up, or this picture up, as a staged picture of the abuse. So I'm not going to play any more of this because I don't know how much this is libtard, altered media, fake news. But I am going to put it in our lineup tonight, so we'll have that in the evening to watch. Not that I want to. You want to hang out with those people? Okay. Just return back to where I was before. All right. Yes, David Picks. Dave Choice. All right. Okay, I bring you the shoplifters that got caught. Tyson's Corner Black Friday shoplifters hit cars and escape. The shoplifter's car hit other vehicles at a stopped intersection, police say. Tyson's, Virginia. Northern Virginia's notorious traffic helped police stop some Tyson Corners Center shoplifters on Black Friday, but it didn't come without some damages to surrounding cars. Well, I wonder who the kingpin of that group is. I'm just going to guess it's her. I don't know about you, but that looks like the bad girl here. Like the tough girl. The rest are kind of like followers. Around 10 o'clock on November 23rd, police say 3 women fled the Zara store with stolen merchandise. The suspects got into a car and fled. Officers initially tried to pull them over unsuccessfully. The pursuit ended where traffic was halted at a red light. Police say the suspect's car struck several cars that were stopped. There were no injuries. After the women were arrested, investigations revealed that women allegedly stole from multiple businesses in the area. It's a team, like a gang of grand larcenists. Yeah, I've seen these people. No, I didn't. I've never seen these people. This is the first time I've seen them. All right. About a year ago, I was making some small talk in a long line at the store with this woman. I asked her, when is the baby due? She was not pregnant. That was a long time in that line after that. Yeah, people are offended when you talk about their big belly and you say, when's the baby due? Yeah, that's a real big offense. Yeah, definite faux pas there. So don't worry, the border will be permanently closed in a few hours. Okay, so Donald Trump is going to wrap up the border, everybody. We won't have to worry about the container fence because we have a porous border throughout the entire distance of 1,000 miles. These people will find access points all over the place. They even have an app that people at the border can use, believe it or not, to access the easiest way to get into the country and to know where the ICE forces are located. Isn't that amazing? Thank you, Guest 137. I got your compliment late. You're a serial killer? You kill cereal? It's not funny to say you're a serial killer, dude. Yeah, that's not funny. But if you think that's funny in chat, go for it, I guess. But, you know, how do you prove somebody in chat's a serial killer? Well, the fact is we've got these people coming up. As much as you people want to call them rapists and criminals, whatever, that's not going to solve the problem. We're not going to even touch the problem. We've got a backlog of over 5 years of immigration court cases now because of Trump's travel ban. 5 years the judges are sitting on backlogs. Sarah's idea of turning every single border patrol agent or supervisor into a federal judge and make the decisions at the border, give them short trials to determine their eligibility, made the most sense of anybody. Her idea was rock solid, in my opinion. So not only bringing in more federal judges, but actually giving judgeships specifically for immigration cases to Border Patrol supervisors. I know we don't want them here, but our laws are specific. We have to determine if they are politically seeking asylum or economically seeking asylum, and that's the defining line between whether they get a chance to be a green card holder and a visa worker, or they have to go back. You didn't read the memo, did you? You just think we don't have laws, and somehow Trump is going to make them on the fly. Dave, you would be very popular if you banned me. Hyman, you're welcome to hang out. Nobody's, you know, just because you think you're a serial killer, I don't believe you are, but no, people don't have to be domesticated. People need to be taught English, history, and government to understand our system. But frankly, our system is not working that well anyway. So we have to really improve our system, don't you think? Oh, I'm sorry, you don't think. That's the problem. Yeah, I thought a moratorium on all immigration would be 10 years. That's a bit extreme. I've talked to people who believe shutting down the border for 3 months would help us go through the Border Patrol and just see how many are telling the truth. It would give us time to lie detector every Border Patrol agent who happens to be taking money from a coyote to finance his swimming pool in his backyard in Phoenix. I did not use that line. Nobody's ever said I look like Elvis. You're wearing your Gucci's? Really? Have you considered the Gucci line of underwear? Yeah. The bun hugger, Gucci's. I know the slippers feel good, but have you considered the bun huggers? We need robot dogs at the border running up and down, ripping out the throats of any coyotes. Well, that's an image I don't want to get out of my head. Or maybe I do. Maybe I want to get that out of my head. I don't want to see people killed at the border. It's just crazy. You people on the right are really hardcore, man. You're the kind of people who would drive over bag people in the street and just call them lumpies. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt you have already. I did not do any Black Friday shopping or Cyber Monday. Actually, Sarah did some Black Friday shopping. I gave her a $20 bill toward one item because I bought it as a gift. So, yes, I did hand over $20 to Sarah at the shopping at the Walmart Friday sale. She spent $60. Yeah, and I bought one gift out of that for her. Dave, I think yield can be anything they want to be. Come on, yield. You don't need to fantasize in the room. I mean, that's pushing it. Let's talk about cell phone addiction right now. Many people who are using their cell phone or cordless phones next to their head are getting radio frequency radiation. It's a low-level radiation that can alter DNA. And I know you're wondering, why did they tell you that earlier before your brain cancer started forming in your head? Well, I'm sorry we didn't warn you. The government should put out a public service announcement and make it available across the nation on every channel that holding your cell phone next to your head can contribute to brain cancer. I just saved a lot of people a lot of brain cancer. So don't hold it next to your head, and if your kids are using it at night, tell them to use it in the closet if they want to listen to their friends so that you don't have to hear it. Okay, we have a real story here, a caption from Robuscules. A Florida man robs a convenience store with a head of romaine lettuce, and he gets away with $1,800, the owner says. Wow. This fear of romaine has taken over the world. An armed robber holding a head of romaine lettuce caught on surveillance inside a convenience store in Florida. He got away with $1,800. The woman thought the romaine was so dangerous that it was toxic, that being near it could be like devastating. Fascinating. Thank you, Robuscules. That's a never before seen picture, and never will see it again either. Well, I heard it was E. coli, Ace. I heard it was more than just salmonella. Is that real gold? I don't think so. Did you hear about the ATM in Texas that's spewing out $100 bills? It caused a mini riot? No, I missed that. I would like to know if that they're still spitting it out. Could you give me their address so I could head over there and get some? I cook on Thursdays. I never cooked on Tuesdays. Thursday is our cooking show, yeah. Did a great 2-hour show if you want to catch it at America's Third Party. Actually, we've got it uploaded at HTTP right here. I actually complimented Trump in this particular YouTube show. Our 2-hour Turkey Day. It was a rare moment where I said, you know, I'm glad he's holding it together as well as he is. Because he really is kind of holding it together. You know, managing all this ridiculous press about him and the Russian hoax and all the fake news has really put him kind of in a class all his own. He's created his own problems, admittedly, but if you want to watch our cooking show, check it out. I'll post my link in between yours. Oh, yeah. Instant mashed potatoes for thickening your gravy. I use it all the time. I pulled out my Y2K supply. I said, Sarah, we got to break this box open. It's 20 years old. No, it's David John. I spelled my middle name the same way Trump spells his. Jonathan. Yeah, it's not John. There is a David John Sponheim that died in 2003, I believe. Yeah, I'm not him. But yeah, if you've ever used a powdered potatoes for a thickener for gravy, it's the easiest thing ever, bar none. I highly recommend it. Okay, according to Drag King, you're all going to hell in a handbasket. Okay. Rex is a mod, Misanthropy is a mod. Sarah made the mods yesterday to deal with, or not yesterday, Saturday, in order to deal with an ongoing problem Rex was having. We wanted to keep Rex in check, so we made Misanthropy a mod to keep him in check. So they're doing okay. I don't think you even had to kick anybody at all. I don't need a Gatorade. I don't drink it. I don't need empty sugar calories. There's a conspiracy to kill half the population off by feeding you sugar water. And if you didn't know it, we should have a warning to that effect too. I'm more into warnings than luxury taxes like the Democrats. But sugar water is really bad for you. And I mean sodas, Mountain Dew, things that are, filled with sugar and water. And I wouldn't recommend non-sweeteners except for stevia, non-sugar alternatives. Stevia is the only one I trust. The 0-calorie sweeteners, that's another conspiracy to take you out there too. 0-calorie sweeteners were created as rat poison. And if you've ever tried to take packets of these things from the restaurant, take one home and try it on an anthill. It'll kill ants too. It literally will destroy an entire ant population. I had a carpenter ant outbreak in one of my buildings. So I took this huge amount of zero sweetener calendar and kind of melted it into some water, made it really super saturated, injected out of it into the walls of the floorboards, and it completely got rid of all of my carpenter ants. It's amazing. We would have made you an op if you were there at the time. Yeah. I know, but we're not making any more ops. We're only keeping these people on temporary status. Sarah had to deal with the fact that Rex didn't want to come in here, and he's a longtime viewer, and he insisted that he had no power like I do to ban people. So she decided to give them a little power. So it's changed the dynamic a little bit. Gold is at 1221, and silver is at 1421. And the Dow Jones looks really bad. Let's see what the Dow Jones did. Wow. It took a tumble. Oh, no, it went up today. Okay, excuse me. It went up 354 points today. That's significant. Last week it dipped so far below 25 that anything up is good. So look at that. It just skyrocketed. As soon as the trading started today on Monday, and just went up, 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 and stayed up the whole day. Everybody benefited nearly 354 points up. But the silver and gold typically go down when the stock market goes up on a typical basis. So I definitely think that this tree arrangement has some sort of an Illuminati essence to it. I'm not sure what, but if I were to look at the symbolism here, I would say that she sees trees as symbolic of the people around her, and then she wants them all to suffer. That's the best way I could read this. I remember reading her coat, the coat that she wore. She only speaks in veiled messages, so whenever she says things, she speaks in kind of a very difficult way. I don't think she can say anything without fear of reprisal. But when she wore that coat saying, "I really don't care, do you?" That kind of typified where she's at. But now dressing the house in blood red trees with bonnets has some sort of it seems like a Freudian dream state she's in, where she feels oppressed and unable to make any solid, good decisions, so she decided to make that decision. It means something, I can tell you that. It's so dumb, I know. The bleeding pine tree look. Wearing Dutch bonnets. How weird is that? Seems pretty weird to me. On a scale from 1 to weird, it's definitely weird. Now, she may be going through some menstrual issues. I don't know. I mean... Okay, moving on. I think we have to look at the big picture here, and that's... Who cares what color the trees are, you know? I'm a white man. Well, Zeno, I'm sorry you feel very unappreciated, but the thing is, I didn't make this decision, and I'm not about to add somebody else to the list here. We may even pull the ops or mods from anybody. They haven't even needed to use their mods yet. Seriously. We have a pretty maintained room. It's not that out of control without mods, so that's the way I set it up. All right, I think I got the message across that I can create a $1 billion, 1,000-mile container fence, and Trump can't. We're done there. Been there, done that. Yeah, I do very well. I've set up an amazing room over the years and cultivated a climate that's fairly tolerant, but at the same time tough and free. I'm not going to say I'm the master of free speech, because clearly I've had to ban a few people who hate on our show, and I'm trying to keep them out. But everyone has the right to do their own show and compare our show to yours, you know, whatever. I don't know. I haven't really checked the cyber deals. Let's check Amazon's main page. Amazon's having a cloud convention right now in Vegas. They make more money on the cloud per invested capital than they do on anything in their store, ironically. And I wouldn't normally support Amazon simply because of Jeff Bezos' incredible greed. But they are kind of the go-to solution when people have Prime accounts and whatnot. Cyber Monday deals. Still happening. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know. That is a pretty expensive blender, that Vitamix. Or Breville's Sous Chef food processor. Okay. Yeah. 32-inch TV for $109. That's pretty good. Devices. Yeah, they want you to hook up to Echo and have Echo listen to you for $199. Excuse me, $19.99. That's how interested they want you to get hooked up to Echo. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm listening to you through the second generation Echo. Did you say 911? Did you hear about those people that were they mentioned the word 911 or the letters 911, and the police arrived at their door because Echo or Alexa heard it? It's pretty funny. This Fire Stick is $24.99 that listens to you through Alexa's voice remote. That's a pretty amazing deal. They really want you to hook up and get Alexa or Echo to listen to you. They really want to like intrude upon our personal lives. Yeah, so let's go to others. Yeah, just what would be another good Cyber Monday sale online? Yeah, eBay doesn't do Cyber Monday, do they? Cyber deals are happening now. It's go time. Go, go, go. $209 pair of Adidas Yeezys. $42 off, or $41 off. A Dyson Pure Hot Cool Desk Purifier. Kind of nice. I don't trust Bluetooth headphones. You know, they're sending signals to your head. That's a good deal for these chairs. They're very comfortable, by the way. The zero gravity chairs for outdoor use. That's probably a good value for just reclining. $39 for those. All right, are we done now? Thank you. I don't really encourage materialism. You got a free new juicer from somebody? Wow. Yeah, it's a nightmare to clean juicers, you're right. Well, yeah, Nabels are a little bit drier inside. Valencias are the juicy ones. They're hard to peel too, whereas Nabels peel really easily. You can get a year's worth of Hulu for only $1 a month on Cyber Monday. Yeah, like, I was even wondering, is Hulu still even doing TV? Hulu doesn't grab me like Netflix did, or Prime did. But Hulu's got competitive deals now. They really want to get people hooked up to Hulu. Does Hulu do any of their own broadcasting, or their own productions? Hulu does normally have commercials, but so they have their own Hulu productions, like Netflix does. The big, huge winner in the box office right now is the movie Queen, or whatever they're calling it. Really? You think Zeno is Melko? Wow. Yeah, good stuff is regular price. Okay, let's take a look at General Motors. You got a crock pot for $5. Well, that sounds like a crock to me at Goodwill. Well, the Queen movie is reaching box office records of $472 million. People want to see this guy play Freddie Mercury. Malik. Yeah, apparently he does, a little routine where he plays him pretty well. I love the music of Queen, so for them to come back on the charts and really rise is really kind of cool. Yeah, so we are very excited to know that Malik is becoming an international star of massive proportions. So Rex banned Lot Lizard God. Thank you, Rex. I got him, but at least you're getting a little faster on the trigger. We're getting attacks from Africa now. Mark allegedly is hiring African doxers. That's what the word is in the street. Let me clear chat. But yeah, you got a taste of it right there. So maybe fasten the trigger as you get better. Yeah, they're testing everybody. Well, we kind of needed a mod, to be honest, because I have literally had to watch chat nonstop in order to prevent doxers from coming into their show. So having mods actually would be a little bit better than not having mods, for sure. So here's a story about General Motors. Not only do they not want to hire people in America anymore, they want to fire 14,000 people and close 5 factories, but partly is because they're not making these 6 cars. They're ending the production of 6 sedans. Isn't that amazing? The Buick LaCrosse no longer being made. Cadillac CT6 ending. And the XTS, famous Cadillac XTS. I like the styling on the XTS. Chevrolet Cruze and the Chevy Impala and the Chevrolet Volt. They're ending all these cases, all these cars. Bye-bye American production. All the while we're listening to Trump, who's a liquidator, pretend like he's going to make America great again without even telling people exactly how. Well, apparently they're going to be selling an XTS, just not making them in America. I don't know. They got a 2019 XTS already out there. I know people that like this car. I'm surprised that they cut this car from their lineup, considering the luxury market is a big market in America. This car can compete with any car on any level, but for some reason they don't even support their own cars now. I think we bailed out GM at the wrong time, because we certainly cannot bail them out again. Okay, you got another one? Thank you. Okay, so Rex is testing his banning ability. He got Lot Lizard doxer out of there. Thank you. Miss Atsby says, I'm hesitant to even buy things anymore. They don't make things to last anymore. That along with everything wants to spy on you now. I know. I asked a lady at the TV store, do they have cameras built into these TVs? Oh, no, sir. No. Well, how come there's smart TVs? Well, they're smart. They're intelligent. I think they put cameras in every one of these TVs.
They can listen to you. They don't need to watch you. They just listen to you.
Yeah. All right. So Sarah's going to come in and take a little time with you. I'll be taking a break and having some dinner.
Yes. I left some of the... I turned off the stove when I ate it, but I left it on the stove. I didn't do any taco stuff, but I did eat half of the remainder of the yams.
Okay, good.
I might just finish that. I love
that yam stuff?
I love the yams.
Oh, okay. So you don't even need... You want to eat the rest of that? I'll have a taste of it.
Oh, the stuff on the stove? Yeah.
Well, what yams are you talking about? The ones in the bag?
Oh, the dish I made for Thanksgiving.
Oh, that. You can have that. I mean, I enjoyed it, but...
You do the stuffing and I do the yams.
Yeah, she loves the yam dish. That was great. Yeah, that worked out really good.
I know.
All right, thank you.
Exactly. I totally love the yam dish. It was like a low sugar... You could almost make it sugar-free, the yam dish I made. But it's like candy yams without all the sugar. It was really... delicious. Super delicious. Wi-Fi needs passwords oftentimes. You're true. Unless they set up a unsecured network. Okay, ooh. I needed some commas in your writing, 400, just to be able to know what exactly you were saying. Thanks, Rex. Oh, for Pete's sake. Exactly. That's why I have you guys as ops, so you can ban people. Oh, shocker, 137. It's chaos? Utter chaos? It's called spammers and doxers, and they should know it's illegal to do that. That's true. What's one to do when even the conspiracy theorists defend this system? Nobody was spamming until there's mods again. That's true. Yeah, that happens. Wow, really, Bengalitis? I did that? I promoted misanthropy to mod status. Yeah, they love, I have heard they love spam in Hawaii. Are you getting them from LinkedIn or something, RoboSkills? We're all human. It's only human. Exactly. All right. Oh, okay. You're just sleepy. That makes sense. Was I a little sleepy today? Maybe. Thanks, Rex. You're on top of it. All right, I think I'll look at the news. I could do a little bit of trivia, but yeah, maybe that's why they like spam, because they're on an island and they didn't always have access to other food. So it's like, oh, I think they did have some pigs on there. Yeah, they had pigs in Hawaii, but then spiced ham in a can? Spam? How cool. I don't know. Maybe they could fly it in and that's why they like spam. I don't know. They've figured out all kinds of ways to cook it in Hawaii. All right, Chicken, if you do go to bed, thank you for being here. You can always check out our iVlog show, ivlog.tv/America's Third Party. You read the ingredients on the can and you still don't know what it was in spam. This is Japanese at by 90% of the Hawaiian spam. Wow. I know. Would you agree to ceasefires to stop spamming if there were no mods? Misanthropy wants to know. And if so, you can spam that next. And he wants everyone to know that he's remaining neutral, even if he is a mod, and he's sticking to what he said. He's only modding to make sure Rex doesn't kick many people, or something like that. The Devil Tam stuff. We cease operations if mods are removed. Well, there's a whole bunch. What do you think? All right. Thank you. You can stop spamming now. I got your message. I can't possibly unmod people if you keep spamming. And Rex only banned the doxers, so you're not going to be kicked unless you dox us. Well, wait, I just did dox you. I take that back. If you spam a lot, then I'll ban you. And Rex only kicked you if you posted my address or somebody's address in here. And Misanthropy never even banned anybody last night. He actually unbanned people. Yeah, Misanthropy, I haven't seen him do any bans at all. Last night he unbanned Vika Sweet, I think. You want him to do a ban for you? And Rex is like, sheesh, I only banned the doxers, and I appreciate people banning the doxers because I don't believe you. I don't believe that you will that you'll stop spamming if I get rid of the mods. I don't believe it at all. I've been spammed too much in the past to know how it is. Yeah. I agree with Scissor Fight. You guys want no mods so you can just hijack the chat every night. You got them all excited. Ticken, is that what happened? Yeah, exactly. I guess some people just need a little coaxing or something. Photographer Kim Kyung-hyun said he heard crying and started shooting his camera. A migrant family runs away from... What's this? I'm going to remove. I'm going to remove. I'm going to remove. I could never tell, like, David has so many desktop regions, it's hard to tell what's what. I'm just going to remove them all. Okay, I'm going to add in desktop region. There we go. So this says a migrant family runs away from tear gas near the border wall in Tijuana, Mexico on November 25th. Okay, wow, they were so a group of Central American migrants approached the border crossing in San Diego and were forced backwards by tear gas canisters hurled by U.S. border agents. The father lives in Louisiana, and they're claiming that they're trying to reach him. Wow. And this is a photographer who was working in Japan. And Trump has defended tear gassing the migrants, calling them some very tough people. Okay. It's a good, interesting story about the photographer who revealed the story about that picture. And the Department of Justice is urging justices not to delve into the Whitaker appointment. Yeah, I don't really get it, Bengalitis, though. Do you think so? For the moment? The Justice Department is urging the Supreme Court to turn down, at least for now, a chance to weigh in on whether Trump acted legally when he installed former Attorney Jeff Sessions Chief of Staff Whitaker as acting Attorney General after demanding Sessions' resignation. I did not buy anything today. I thought about how it's Cyber Monday, and I'm like, usually it's called Cyber Monday because people do some shopping while they're at work. I don't stop when I'm at work. I don't have time to read email or do anything like that. Look at anything online. Maybe when I get home, maybe, but usually not. Tim Hortons is kind of like a Dunkin' Donuts monster. It's a restaurant in Canada similar to Dunkin' Donuts. The $180 Nintendo Switch Facebook was selling was the best Cyber Monday deal. That sounds pretty like a pretty good deal. Some people think Krispy Kreme is the best, or Hortons. Hortons who? Tim. I know. They're just regaining new names or something. Solicitor General Noel Francisco told the Supreme Court on Monday it should stay out of the fray until the lower courts had a chance to weigh in on the Whitaker deal. He says no court in this case or in any other has previously addressed the questions petitioners seek to inject here. Therefore, the court should decline petitioners' request to address those matters in the first instance of the suit, meaning it should go to lower courts first. Yeah. If you knew how to spam, you'd do spamming for good. Multiple logins, proxy servers. I wish they had information correct. They don't even know that they have incorrect information. They say that there's a legal memo that George W. Bush's White House issued in 2001 containing the Justice Department succession order set in statute could not be overridden by the president. One federal law lists Rosenstein as the next in the Justice Department's order of succession. Another allows him to name officials to fill the roles. Trump to name him. You would think they did. Oh, thank you, Rex. Got it. I'll work on that. Silicon Valley's favorite designer created a line of tiny homes that cost just $280,000. Give me a break. Maybe I should design tiny homes. $280,000. Unbelievable. That probably doesn't include the land. Somebody who's making a cool $200,000 minimum per tiny house. It must have a gold throne. Yeah, it better be amphibious for that price. I agree with that. Wow. You saw a video of some idiot that made a tiny tree house for $70,000. It was literally a one room to sleep in. Yeah, exactly. With no, you have to think when you're building a house, the first thing you need to think of is the restroom, the toilet. Yeah. I don't know if the world is getting worse or better. I guess it all is like by what standard and what do you base it on? I mean, personally, my life is pretty good on my own personal life, so in that way the world's getting better. Maybe it always has been this bad, you just haven't experienced it. That's a good point. Here's a line of tiny homes. Take a look inside. These prefabricated tiny homes range from 250 to 1,200 square feet. Oh, he does plan to develop a similar, more affordable model. I would hope so. So there's new laws in California that promote the development of accessory dwelling units, ADUs, small secondary units located on a residential property. This legislation went into effect in January. It reduces parking requirements, allows ADUs to be built in single-family zoning districts. Wow. Do I see myself living away from the island I've been living on all these years? No, I really don't. I think I will be here. I know, if it came with property, then maybe I would buy. There's 3D printed homes that can be built for less than $4,000 in just 24 hours. I think that's better. He claims these houses can be built to suit different climates. Well, maybe the solar panels on the roof. It's $280,000 for all the finishes and fixtures. He wants to build a similar model for less than $100,000. Oh my God. He's just, and I feel like out of touch. I'm going back to this one, this article instead, which is the 3D printed home that can be built for less than $4,000 in just 24 hours. That looks beautiful to me. I mean, look at this one. It's so nice. Printed out of 3D materials. Well, I guess it depends on how many people you're living with, Rex. Do you want to live with a whole bunch of people or just maybe one other person? Branch Technology, an architectural startup, developed this prototype. 1,000 square foot. That's not bad. I have to say, 1,000 square feet, that's actually pretty decent. I could live in 1,000 square feet for sure. See, this is like what you just sent me is, look at this square footage. This inside floor area, yeah, it's cute, but you know what? This is 172 square feet. 86 square feet of that is covered. This is 1,000 square foot. 1,000 square feet. That's big compared to 182 square feet. Okay, first, well, they did a 350 square foot structure that cost about 10,000. It took 48,000 to build. Wait, let me see. Never mind. Okay. Their prototype was 1,000 square feet. It cost 300,000. Then they had one that was 350 square feet for 10,000. So it's, oh, now they could build a 600 to 800 square feet home in 24 hours for $4,000 or less. Before they started using 3D printing technology, it took them 8 months to build 100 homes, each costing $6,000. Now, not only can they do it, but they can do it really quickly. Okay, this tiny home, 8 by 12. Ooh, I have a garden shed about that size. 1 bedroom, 1 bath, Pluto Micro RV trailer. It's an actual trailer. Wow. $16,380. Let's look inside. Has your toilet, your stove, your sink, full-size refrigerator. Yeah, I gotta have a full-size refrigerator. Stairs to go up. Stairs, let's see. Then there's other viewpoint. A bed. I guess it's a couch / bed. Yeah, if you're living with just one person, I guess that you could do that. Is there a, like, there must be a loft. Let's see. Here's the loft, the bed upstairs, okay. The toilet. Is this like a, this is a shower, this must be a shower bathroom combo. Yeah, so you shower and your toilet's right there too. And this is a loft overhead, but it's also so for your couch. Yeah, that's pretty cool. For a single person, I think that would be good. Yeah. So you have to figure out what size square footage you want. I personally think I could do, well, knowing what square footage I currently live in and knowing that what I live in is plenty big, almost too big. I could live in, you want that but with a closet? You could have the closet instead of the fridge. Or maybe you could put a closet next to the fridge. Yeah, because where is the storage? That's a good question. Anyway, but I could live in 1,000 square feet for sure. I'd be very comfortable in 1,000 square feet, in fact. I would be very comfortable in 1,000 square feet. This one's so cool. Oh, I'm not showing it to you. I should show this to you. That is just so cool. Wow. a living room, a single bedroom, a bathroom, and a small office space. They tested the home's durability by using it as an office space. Families in El Salvador could move into the homes by 2019 following seismic and safety tests. They also wanted, I like that, their next step is how using 3D printing in space. They say it sounds crazy, but it would be a lot crazier to fly sheetrock and 2x4s to Mars. Yeah, if you could design space yourself. You're living at 150 square feet, or you said you're used to that? The trailer is larger than that for sure.
Okay.
1,000 square feet is huge, in my mind. Well, not huge compared to what I have now, but
Well, it's pretty big.
huge.
You could live in a
It's
1,000
big.
square foot
I
area.
could totally live in 1,000 square feet.
I
I'd be
could, yeah.
comfortable in
I would
1,000
too,
square
yeah.
feet. It wouldn't even feel like a tiny house in 1,000 square feet.
No, it's
Yes, I
big.
have banned people tonight, a lot of people tonight, Roboskills, that were trying to spam my address.
Wow. Thank you for doing that, Sarah. I'm so sorry that happened.
So did Rex. Thank you.
Thanks, Rex. We've needed top quality people, and I know that some of you feel a little pushed off by the fact that Rex and Misanthropy got mods, but we can't. Sarah made this decision last night. I'm not going to mix it up at this point.
Yeah, and they
Thank you.
really haven't banned anyone except for people posting their address. I banned people that said, "Oh yeah, we'll stop spamming if you unmod people." I'm like, I don't trust you.
Yeah, no, I think the spamming and doxing was coming, and I think you psychically knew in advance to get 2 mods in here. I really do. I know that people have been working on stopping us any way they can, and there are people paid to stop our show, if you can believe that. Tickens really missed me. Thanks. All right, should I change my username, Dave? No? You're okay. Yeah, you've been doing okay. Some of you have managed to avoid the ban attack, and I've been banning a lot of people, so I'm not saying I'm not a banner. I ban as many people as obviously anyone on the internet. Life in a Dog Cage, Manhattan's secret tenement offers hell for $10 a night. Whoa. I want to see this. People living in misery. I try to empathize with how tough they are. The situation is. So, I don't personally live in, abject luxury for a reason. I try to live, well, we did get a memory foam mattress cover, which is really nice, I got to tell you. Life in a Dog Cage, Manhattan's secret tenement offers hell. Look at this, unbelievable. $10 a night, folks. This is the life that many people are living. Oh my goodness. Hellhole. Hell, it sounds like a Borat thing. Hellhole. Not. John Arcue sits at his home at the Sunbright Hotel, a filthy single-room occupancy hotel outside Chinatown, where tenants are packed into chicken wire cages. Wow. Let's think about that, folks. In America, we have people living in chicken coops. I did not know. It had a QAnon feeling about the JFK Jr. as a live video. Okay, checking. Yeah, I didn't want to play QAnon here. We're not catering to the CIA plan to push that BS story about how Trump is stopping the deep state. Wow. Yeah, I saw that too, yeah. All right, there we go. Back at you. Thank you. David, do you ban anyone who asks to be banned themselves? Because Hyman asked to be banned, he would. Yeah, sometimes I do honor their ban request. Drum roll, please. We offered them let's kind of spruce this up for, I don't want to be so depressing as to talk about a guy living in a cage, but let's talk about some of the nice things here. Let's put a nice positive tint on it and, make it sound really pleasant. Let's not paint his world out to be that bad. I mean, it's his world, right? Let's talk about it. I'm not ignoring chat. Well, there's an old adage in this world, and I wouldn't be the first person to say this, but if you don't ask for it, you don't get it. And I know a lot of you asked for mods early on when you first arrived in the room, but in this case, Rex had a need because we saw him actually being singled out as the victim here for years. And he kept coming back, and he finally just got so angry he didn't come back for a while, and we thought that he had somehow disappeared, that maybe T. Rucker and he were the same person. There was a theory that was happening, Rex. And you got so upset about the whole thing, came in and said, I'm still here, I just don't like the way you treat people. And then I didn't have a solution, but Sarah had this solution, and if he's okay with it for now, we're going to go with that. It changed the dynamic so that he could be in the room because he was a regular for many, many years. Yeah, it was some ridiculous theory that T. Rucker was still alive, which isn't really a theory. It's just based on a lack of evidence of his death. And that somehow he had become Rex, and Rex had disappeared when so it was just a BS story. Okay, so he's got his shirts there, really nice shirts. Yep. Cleaning fluid. He's got a bird cage in there. His books, his TV set. Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, he's got a bathroom down the hall and a place to do group cooking. You can't rest till you know. Well, I can't get a death certificate from where, Manitoba or where, Alberta, or what the heck. I don't really have any idea. I'm sorry for his loss, but I'm not sure if he's gone simply because of his previous attempts at pretending like he went and died. When he previously died at previous occasions. And we found out there's no law against faking your death as long as you're not committing fraud or tax evasion. Not that I would ever do that because I'm morally against such a thing. But he seems, he gets out from a lot of scrutiny if he does conveniently die. And where did his assets go? And why isn't Amanda talking at all about this? And why did she become a cam girl? And all that stuff. There's a lot of weird things that happened over the past year. Her leaving the relationship was an adequate step in the right direction. I mean, that's helped her free her problems. But most women leave when there's somebody with money, and Lot Lizard has money. Well, how did Lot Lizard get all that money? Then you begin to wonder, is it true? Did Lot Lizard get $350,000 for doxing our show from Mark? I mean, all that stuff kind of rings in. Cha-ching, cha-ching. It starts to make sense. And then they pretend like this is a joke, that they had a lot of money. I got an email or a video mail from T. Rucker before he allegedly died saying how rich he was. I mean, I can prove that right now. I could show you how rich he is. I'm not going to do it, but that was one of the last video messages he wrote, how rich he was. People fake their death when they get rich real quick. It's a common modus operandi. M.O. M.O. All right, let's move on. So the world's first fully 3D printed e-motorcycle hit the road today, and we were playing this earlier. Very powerful video. Yeah, I'm impressed. You can print this out on a 3D printer. I don't know, this is a wild world we're living in, but when you can print out everything you'll need in your life by just buying a 3D printer, we may get there soon, sooner than you think. I am reading the chat for important reason. Typical. I am hurt. I don't know. No, we've been getting docs previously, and I think Sarah was, and you're not listening to me, Zeno. Sarah was secretly, psychically able to predict this attack, because we need help. When people like doxers come in here from Nigeria, you don't know what's happening. We need a little help, and I think it really came at a good time. Moving on.
A recent electricity or gas bill, and who isn't infuriated that power prices have risen so sharply? In a country as abundant with resources as ours, it defies logic that now some Australians can't even pay for the energy to cook a simple meal. While our fast-talking but divided politicians scramble to act, tonight Elon Musk, the American billionaire with the brilliant mind, wants to explain how he can help fix Australia's energy crisis. And to prove his point, he's prepared to put his money where his mouth is.
Excellent. So we have got this. I'm going to add this to tonight's video lineup because I want to add some, knowledge as well as conspiracy theory. I don't really want to linger in the world of conspiracy theory. It's getting a little bit dull, to be honest. Well, it's the same MO every time. We always see the fake event, the lack of evidence. The shooter always kills himself or gets killed. And we always know the government's got ultimate power in this decision and can say whatever they want. And we have no power at all. It's like the same answer to the same problem every time. It gets a little bit redundant, I should say. So, I can only go down these conspiracy theories so long. We've reduced most conspiracy theories down to depopulation being the final outcome. And on the way, it means global world domination by one particular group. Usually a Zionist overtaking authority has been moving in the direction of a global world government. And that's another conspiracy theory that's playing out right in front of our eyes as we grow into this future. So we're kind of reaching I don't want to say a state of acceptance because I haven't accepted anything as permanent, but the trends of power, money, control have been leaning in that direction. And it's kind of a dead end when you think about it. So that's why we open up this political venue to talk about it and at least help you know that we're taking on tough questions here. Sarah doesn't discuss conspiracy theories. I do. But resources, money management, fiscal spending, that's really important. And we need to always realize that there are people in our government that are sucking us dry. No, yeah, and I understand. I feel bad for her. When I saw that video of Amanda where she spoke out about her situation, I'll be frank, I was touched.
I got out of a bad marriage right before I started doing this. I was in a relationship with someone for 6 years or so, and I was married for 3. It was a very emotionally abusive, mutually just not good for each other relationship.
A really candid tell-all by her. And I think that's really admirable that she's out there telling people, how she went through that crisis. I think that's as a video goes, it certainly stands on its own merit. I just think it's really an honest approach at what's happening in her life. I don't have no idea what porn links she's ever had, no. Now, David, what can you do about what could we do about Zionist hegemonies? Well, they've been in place for centuries, and they've been or at least for a century. The Zionist movement started about a century ago. And their goal is to continually dominate power, money, control. And they've used money to do it. Now, by introducing this political formula of a third party with no money base whatsoever, we're really throwing a huge snare or a snag in their little game plan. Because they control the money, the media, the powers that be, control all of that. But they don't control our word of mouth and the people that watch our show, because a lot of people don't even pay any money to watch our show. They see it in between commercials. People rebroadcast our show. I mean, I'm using free venues, and that's how it spreads. So we're still riding the free internet, and the people that are in power don't like it. They don't want the American people to have choice. They want us to be limited in our talking points. And they certainly don't want the rest of the world telling Americans what to do. But ironically, we're open to views from all around the world here. And we listen to a lot of people, and we know where our views are not aligned. That's with the Democrats or the Republicans. So we're kind of a pebble in the fabric of time that cannot be, it's almost immutable, simply because it cannot be changed. And once it hits the fabric of time, it changes and ripples through the fabric of time, much like that analogy explains. So that's what we're hoping to do, influence American politics. I've already been influential, more than probably most people, over our policies because Donald Trump seems to like and steal my ideas. I'm flattered in some ways. Initially, I was taken back and was upset, but my ideas are exportable. I want other people to grab them and say, yeah, they're a good idea. So I'm okay with it. And I'm okay with him having ideas that are similar to mine at this point. I really don't care. What I want to see is what's best for the country. And so far, the message is working. The very message I laid out. Protecting the border, maintaining our national defenses, minimizing conflict at the border, and unlike Trump, I want to provide solutions for people who are at the border so we don't get accused of being inhumane to people. I think that's a big, huge difference. And somebody said, don't even talk about your container fence, Dave, offering tiny houses for 500,000 people. No, I won't mention it because it's not built yet. But if it is built and people have a place to live with bunk beds, it's better than living in the open field or in a dugout tunnel, and people will die at the border if we don't deal with that and provide food and our own national security at the same time. Meanwhile, we've got climate change happening, and many of us are of the belief that this is just a natural process because we fart. That we all have flatulence. Well, some of us may have flatulence, and some of us may just, be drinking themselves into euphoria. But either way, we're not to blame for the world's climate change. Don't let the Democrats make you think that. Don't develop a guilt trip over thinking that you're to blame for this horrible tornado. No, this is all being orchestrated with artificial means. These chemicals that they're dumping in the sky have everything to do with why we are getting hurricanes, tornadoes at unnatural times, cold spells. They are playing God. Whoever is doing this is playing God, and they control our two-party system and our government officials. They've got them all completely hoodwinked. Anyway, we, being aware of that, have to exercise some at least freedom of speech and talk about it. That's why I discuss it nightly, and I think Conspiracy Monday is certainly a good time to talk about a conspiracy to poison the entire population. And we're all part of that scenario. And I even mean the people living underground in the Denver caverns beneath the airport. They breathe the same air ultimately that we breathe. They can filter it, but those filters can be jammed and they could be asphyxiated. So yeah, we're seeing a major ecological crisis happening across the globe, and the two parties are not solving a thing. The EPA is not doing its job. The FDA is not protecting our romaine lettuce. I showed you the story about the couple, the guy that nearly died. He blew up twice his size, had kidney damage, and he said they aren't even checking the suppliers to see if their water is safe. That's how out of it the FDA is. They're not doing their job. They're just a bunch of screw-ups who got government jobs. They just kissed each other's asses and got these jobs. They don't do their job. They're barely functional, these people in our government. I mean, I could go through the entire staff of the United States government and pull out about 50% of them as incompetent right now, if you wanted to go through the individuals. When I get a chance, I'll offer a 2-question page essay. You can write 1 sentence or a paragraph for each question, but what have you done that you really are proud of, and what would you like to do that would be better? And I'll ask every government official that, and we'll get the answers. If we see any people that stand out, we'll keep you. If we don't see you standing out, we'll try to come up with a reason to keep you. And if it just doesn't work and you make no sense, we will fire you. Yeah, we got the Vaughn thing under control now. Thank you. Now we got a song here that you may find very offensive, but I think it's a seasonal song, and it's something that I think just a little bit might be fun. Bubbles sings "Dear Santa Claus." Yeah. Just give you a shot of what the coming holiday season will look like. We've got that and the darkest blood red Christmas you've ever seen with bonnets on it. Very, very strange and odd choice by Melania Trump for the White House decorations. Let's do this one first. Just a taste of the song. I'll play more later.
Hello, this is Santa Claus. Over the last number of decades, Christmas has got completely fucked up. It's all about fucking money and toys and bullshit, fucking possessions now, and that's not what Christmas is supposed to be about. And for some fucking reason now, all of a sudden, I represent that. So anyway, I think it's time I told myself to go fuck myself in the form of a song. Here we go. Christmas is a time to have your friends and family near. Smoke and go, beating turkey and drinking beer.
Drinking beer is fun. Okay, I guess Brett Kavanaugh would like this one too, because he's a different kind of a guy than Bubbles, but he sure likes to drink beer. That's the important thing. Yeah, we can't forget the kind of caliber of our new Supreme Court justice.
We drank beer. She had one beer at the party and had beers with, and having some beers with friends, or just to meet up and have some beers. Drinking beer, which I gladly do. I like beer.
Have for that. I like beer, Senator. I like beer, Senator. I just can't believe this guy's like slurring his words. I like beer, Senator. And they gave this guy the Supreme Court job. Okay, there's been a death threat from Zeno to... Oh, wow. Thank you. Rex, you have the right to... In fact, I'm going to get ahead of this one. I'm going to put Zeno on alert right now, Rex. Thanks for holding back. But Zeno, you can't come in here and hate on Rex. Yeah. Mellow out, dude. Thank you. Thanks for alerting me and checking our chat over there. I take them seriously, but, that's... Yeah, this guy is very upset that he didn't get mods. And I think the whole mod thing creates kind of a crisis in and of itself among a lot of people outside the mod group. And I acknowledge that. Well, yeah, I'm glad I saw it, but yeah. Yeah, this chat's been all about Rex and Xenu fighting, and I've grown kind of bored myself too. Ticking Time Bags feels the same way. So we had to pull Xenu out of the show for a while. He's got a 5-minute time to chill out. Brett Favre knows the USS Liberty? Really? What is his... You got personal...
There's a handsome truth in it.
Yeah, the USS Liberty was the ship that was taken out by the Israelis right before the Yom Kippur War. Yeah, 35 men died. Here's Brett Favre making a statement. Let's take a look.
The GDL boys, you guys are patriots in my eyes. To the Handsome Truth and the GDL boys, you guys are patriots in my eyes. So keep waking them up and don't let the small get you down. Keep fighting too. And don't ever forget USS Liberty and the men and women who died on that day. God bless and take care.
Right on.
To the Handsome Truth.
Well, this is very interesting because, people are waking up to the USS Liberty, and that's kind of where a lot of people are drifting away now from now that Israel has its statehood, it's certainly a nation, and we certainly respect it. A lot of people are beginning to evolve their view of the whole thing, and they're beginning to say, Brett Favre, they're beginning to say, hey, the Zionist Favre, I don't have a speech impediment, man. Yeah, so they're getting away from the idea that Zionism should rule the world. That's something that a lot of people are concerned about still. A lot of Americans are waking up to this, and it's not anti-Semitic in any way. We recognize Israel as a great nation. We're respecting Jewish people, but we do not want a Zionist takeover of our country or any other country for that matter. Okay, let's go to the translate services to determine how to pronounce Brett Favre.
Brett Favre.
Exactly as I pronounced it. Beep, repeat, beep, default. Hello, my name is David John Sponheim. I am here today to talk about politics. I'm just pretending to be a robot, don't worry. Brett Favre.
Brett Favre. Brett Favre.
That's exactly what I said. Brett Favre. It is a French pronunciation, am I right? Let me look. It is English. But if we prefer French, let us see what it sounds like.
Brett Favre.
Brett Favre. Brett Favre. Yes, he is our word for the day.
Brett Favre.
Would you prefer Brett Kavanaugh?
I like beer. I don't know if you do.
Okay.
Do you like beer, Senator, or not? What do you like to drink?
Next one is
Senator, what do you like
Judge,
to drink?
have you...
In any event, we drank beer and still do. So whatever. I think you've probably had beers, Senator, and so.
So you're saying there's never been a case where you drank so much that you didn't remember what happened the night before or part of what happened?
That's you're asking about. Yeah, blackout. I don't know.
Blackout, I don't know. He doesn't know if he's at a blackout. Yeah. We know. We know. We're watching Zeno's tracking his behavior. Our country is quickly Are you sure you're not just becoming quickly aware of the fact that we're considered a joke around the world? Okay. Well, it hasn't been that quick. I mean, if you've been opening your eyes since the 1960s when Rachel Carson wrote her book, Silent Spring, you can see how our country's been slipping since then. And I certainly have. But if you're just now waking up to the fact that we are considered a joke around the world, welcome to the show. Well, we could easily sell our beef worldwide if our beef process was completely antiseptic and there was no chance of bad downer cows getting in the mix, or we had better quality food, not genetically modified. But our government's gone in the opposite direction of just, roll out the food, whether it's genetically modified or not, and you people eat it. So we kind of killed our foreign distribution of meat when we did that. Where's the beef? And there are a lot of beef providers that would love to get Europe to buy our meat. So I have a plan to actually improve the quality of beef in America. Whether the European market will like it will be decided later. No, I don't want to sabotage anybody's beef. I just want to be in the world market with other beef providers and say, hey, yeah, try it out. We've got brand new standards. We're feeding them non-genetically modified organic grain. That's the beef that we'll let out to see if the Europeans want it. We'll track RFID chip every single animal from the birth to death and make sure we measure any vaccines that go in it. And a complete online transparent beef history will be there. Every cow will be analyzed, whether it's had a good life or a bad life or met other cows along the way. You'll be able to, by the time I'm done, you'll be able to live the cow's life virtually through the cow's eyes, living inside the cow's head before you actually eat it. Introducing the virtual cow. That's right. The first cybernetic virtual journey into the meat you're eating. What a brilliant idea. I know. Who would have ever guessed that meat could be this advanced? And our cows are happy too. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of one said cow. Call it Bertha. You will follow the migration of this beautiful animal through this video experience interactively before you actually eat Bertha. You succeeded at what? I know. If the Europeans wanted U.S. non-GMO beef, the U.S. farmer will raise such stock, as I think that's the way things should work, Transcender, but it doesn't work that way. USDA has been slammed by Europe. We can't get them to buy our beef. The beef lobby would love for us to be able to clean things up and make things better. Now we've got a win-win situation. We help our farmers out. We build world trade dramatically for the U.S. We've got more than enough beef production to help the Japanese and European markets grow. We can still sell beef, okay? I hate to be so blunt, but the elitists want us to get rid of meat. They want us to think that it's bad for you, when in fact it's so in demand that it's a high value. Dave, 90% of your investments are in chemtrails, coal, and Cambodian slave stocks. Me? I don't invest in chemtrails, coal, and Cambodian slave stocks. That's a lie, sir. We will not be allowed to lie here. Invaders.
It's still November 26, 2018. I hope that all of you circulate this video far and wide. I do want to thank my subscriber for linking to this video below one of my videos in the comments section. If this is an accurate translation of what you are about to hear, then it's just more evidence that this migrant caravan is orchestrated. And so is the migrants flooding European countries. And it's glaring, so I don't have to point out what proves that this caravan, no, it wasn't 7,000 people waking up in Honduras and Guatemala and El Salvador, saying to themselves, I've got to flee the violence in my country, so I've got to get to the United States.
No, they paid people to get to that border. We saw people getting $20 bills. I mean, not just one. I mean, stacks of them. Oh, yeah. And we know now that B2R Works people have been giving money to these people, too. There's been Project Veritas revealed that just 2 weeks ago. Yeah. George Soros has been funneling money to these people. We've got a scammer. Keep reading his script. This is a guy named Kitboga. He's got, I guess, 159,000 subscribers to. It's kind of a fun little thing he does where he goes in and talks to scammers on the radio. And on YouTube, they love it. People like watching him mess with scammers' heads, because scammers are messing with our heads and our families' heads whenever they call and convince somebody that something's wrong, or they've got to fix a virus on their computer, or they got help with their taxes, or you'd believe all the scams this guy unveils. Fantastic. We'll play that tonight too. Well, let's be clear. Very good. Thanks for the links. I really benefit from those. Soros may be innocent in your mind, but the reality is he's been financing the breakdown of our entire country by funding rioters. We know for a fact he's been doing it. We've had interviews online with people that actually get money from him directly, seeding riots within our country to break it up, because George Soros spent $600 million to invest in a hedge fund that if our economy tanks to a certain degree, he triples his money. He walks away with a couple $1 billion. That's pretty serious when he's rigging the political system against us and trying to profit from a hedge fund bet against America. That's treasonous. I'm sorry. I don't consider that harmless at all. Now that link to the hoax, let me see if that works again. It's coming up dead on me. Yeah, I don't know why, but the hoax rundown link is not working. I'll try the tiny URL. Thank you. Well, you're fast. Wow. Okay, we got another video coming up from Scissor Fight. Hoax rundown. The 1126 Mercy Hospital, Chinese, and the 1,000 hoaxes all in one single 16-minute video. Excellent. So we'll have a complete hoaxathon tonight for Conspiracy Monday. That'll be good. 15 minutes. We'll play that right away. Excellent. And of course, we've got more videos on the California fires from the helicopter. We'll show you the helicopter seeding the fire there, as well as the directed energy weapon from satellite. Trump said we can shoot the border invaders. Why not border invaders like Soros? I don't know. I mean, that's targeted assassinations are not sanctioned by our government officially. Unless, of course, it's Project Operation Monarch, which was closed down in 1995. So, you know who was involved with Operation Monarch? Lee Harvey Oswald. That's a little interesting conspiracy factoid. Yeah, Lee Harvey Oswald worked for the government to assassinate Fidel Castro. 4 years he worked for the CIA, and that has not become public knowledge except various websites on the internet explaining what happened, like his girlfriend talking about it up front, that he'd worked for the CIA for 4 years. I would play you that video, but it's just such a nightmare to go back in time and see how our government's been meddling in all these different events. NASA and the mainstream media, all in one, all hand in hand. Yeah. Okay, that's a good one too. Play that. That's 2 minutes. Yeah. Play that right now.
Media is the same. Because when the comparisons go for people that either believe in the left wing or the right wing, and they don't understand that all mainstream media is the same, because both the left wing and the right wing are connected to the body of the bird, and the bird cannot fly without both wings. Well, the reason why I said that is because if you look here on Fox News, 7 Minutes of Terror, you have more NASA CGI garbage. Now, I'll show you very quickly. If I go to CNN, their daily scripted handed to them is not covering the NASA thing. So they do each news agencies, the two largest, CNN and Fox, a favor. They hand one script to CNN and they hand one script to Fox News. That's how it works. Now, I'll press play and we can listen together about, and of course, no doubt at all, are we going to see CGI?
NASA is trying to land another mission on Mars. The InSight spacecraft launched into space 6 months ago from California. It's traveled nearly 300 million miles at speeds of more than 12,000 miles per hour. If all goes well, the probe will land on Mars' surface on Monday around 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Landing on the red planet is risky. 2/3 of all attempts have failed. The spacecraft has to withstand extreme temperatures, speeds, and forces. There's also the chance of dust storms, although so far the weather seems calm.
Well, there really doesn't have to be any more of it, because all you're going to get is something that sounds like a 1970s grade school narrator, except with 2018 CGI graphics.
Yeah.
It's all lies. It's all garbage.
If all goes well, the probe will land on Mars' surface on Monday around 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Landing on the red planet is risky. 2/3 of all attempts have failed. The spacecraft has to withstand extreme temperatures, speeds, and forces.
So basically, it's let's imagine what it is, and that is CGI. And NASA spends a lot of money on these animations. And they've been doing very well convincing people that this is all very real. And so far, people are buying it. So yeah. Do I believe that we landed on the moon at this point? I'm beginning to doubt it. I really am. Do I believe that we landed on Mars? I'm also beginning to doubt that too. The reason is there have been reasons why the government wanted to make us think that we went to these planets. And I'm not a flat earther. I'm a believer that we are on a planet. I'm more inclined to believe that the Van Allen belts are so strong that they're actually preventing a lot of travel outside of this planet. I still buy into that theory. But if you believe that somehow we went all the way to the moon and back without any fuel cells, and that some of those missions were telegraphed, they even miscalculated the distance to the moon in one mission. I think it was Apollo 15 or Apollo 17. I think Apollo 17, they said it was 218,000 miles away, when in fact it's 238,000 miles away. They have that inaccurate. Plus they got rid of all the videos from the moon landings. A lot of things are kind of not adding up there. And there's been a lot of fake videos presented that show the moon craft taking off, and we have video of that. I'll play that for you right now. Yeah, it's shocking, weird, and hard to believe, but they want us to believe Apollo 17 took off and somebody was on the ground in the moon videotaping it or filming it, and then I don't know how they sent the film back to the Earth. But
Port stage, push. Mission arm is destined. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Burn away, Houston. Vector grid. Ag thought. Kick over.
I believe that. Yeah, that was pretty fake by all standards. The market went up today. It went up 345 points. Huge market uptake. Tomorrow may be another update. There may be like a general rebound. Remember, we just got past a 10% correction in the market. People want to think new thoughts for December, I'm sure, especially as Christmas season approaches. So the market could buffet again, getting back in the positive 25,000 territory. Then again, it could slide if there's a problem brewing with Saudi Arabia and this recent revelation by the CIA in their infinite weirdness. They came out with starting to claim that the Crown Prince, MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, is in some way responsible for Khashoggi's death. And I don't see the line of evidence that they're presenting. It does undermine our relation with Saudi Arabia in some ways, so it's kind of questionable as to why and who among the CIA is doing this and why they're doing it. They don't have remote motion detecting cameras back in 1976, 75. No, I don't believe that they could even have the ability to send that image to the Earth from there. But if you believe that they did, that's fine. If that's a self-sealing premise you've got worked out. Ghost has a link showing NASA,
See to the right, this guy.
NASA using augmented reality, CGI. We'll play that video for you tonight in our lineup. Yeah, let me show you a little bit of it. Yeah, you can see people on hangers, piano wire, moving around in some of these ISS scenes.
Guy's flipping this hat. This hat's actually on another video channel in 3D space. It's virtual reality. They're wearing augmented contact lenses so that they can interact with these 3D objects. Now, in this scene, the guy on the left in the green shirt, he sees an object in 3D space that's being broadcast to him. So he grabs it and he puts it off to the side. He's looking.
Very interesting. That's going to be very good. Thank you for that. I'm going to add that to the moon hoax section as well. Yeah, so we don't take on flat Earth stories here. That's ridiculous. That's designed to make you look like an idiot when you go to your dinner table. But if you say to your family, forget the flat Earth thing, just say, why haven't we gone back to the moon in 50 years? And everyone's going to come up with something. Well, we didn't need to get anything at the moon. We didn't have any, there was nothing to mine there after all. Oh. And you get a bunch of people saying that we didn't need to go back. Or that it was too costly and the cost to repair the space shuttle was too great. Blah, blah, blah. Well, the space shuttle never went to the moon. Dude. Just so in case you didn't know that. I would shave with Barbasol. I used to. I prefer it over the gel. Sure. If I had no shaving cream, I get some really good shaving cream now from Kiss My Face. It's a product line here in the U.S. It's pretty good. Kiss My Face.
Guys, I'm going to add this to the beginning of the video.
And we got Bust Again, Trump, U.S. News cover-up, Israel, the truth. Okay, wow. Good stuff in our lineup for tonight. Thank you for your submissions, everybody. You know who you are. I know. They're seeking to try to get in here. Yeah, they're going to try to break in again. Yeah, it's going to come at us pretty fast. The population increase down south is going to continue growing. Okay, I cleared chat. I don't know why, but thank you. All right. Yeah, Barbasol is a very good old product. I remember I used to have a friend in college who used to use it, and he said, try it. It's pretty good. I enjoyed it. I like the smell of it. Barbasol. Has kind of an old barbershop feeling about it. And it's got a nice texture, too. Well, you know, like I said. You know what? I've chosen to use a natural product sometimes. Thank you, Super, I guess. I chose a natural product called almond, Dr. Bonner's almond oil, almond soap, almond hemp soap. And I take some of that, and that works up a great lather. It works really well. Even if you dilute it down, it works. Bonner, B-O-N-N-E-R. They make strike-offs of it now, but it's not the same. Dr. Bonner's. It's a natural product they sell at health food stores. They get it at markets too now. But the almond has an oil base in it, which is good for your skin. The others don't. The others, the peppermint, but they all have hemp oil in them, so that's a pretty good thing. If you're looking for a natural solution. Okay, I'll take a look at that YouTube video from Guest 230 at iVlog. That's not anything that I can really detect. Let's see. Sends me nowhere. And David, thoughts? Really? You don't have to shave very often? Wow. I have to shave every day. Probably have a hell of a beard if I did let it go. I don't really like facial hair, though. That's the thing. Liberal Mesoamericans. Okay, I'm not sure where you're taking me there, buddy. I wouldn't want a beard. I'll never have one. I just don't like it. I don't like the idea of a beard. Okay, I really can't get that video either. It's not coming out. Oh, let's enjoy the harvest season of hearts and hate Christopher Columbus. Oh, okay. I'm not really going to get into that hatred of Christopher Columbus. I'm not sorry. I'd be ending on a bad note. So we did listen to Tom Arnold's situation with the Trump people. We've got that coming up in our video hour. Trump's Secret Service has been used to intimidate Tom Arnold. Mother Jones has a story. I played it earlier in the video that we're watching, so I'm not playing it again, but it's in the lineup tonight. Things like that we'll be seeing, where he actually is interviewed by Secret Servicemen on his couch, telling him what to do, what to say. It's crazy. Trump is misusing his office, folks. You can't do this, strong-arm people's... Unless Tom Arnold really did threaten the president, this is a strong-arm tactic. Yeah. I don't know, man. Tom Arnold seems like such an innocent character, too. Be muscled around like that. Sure, he said some pretty wild things, but he's never threatened anyone. Democrats being Democrats, Mississippi state politics. Another picture of Democrats chasing people out of a restaurant. Oh yeah, these are Democrats chasing blacks out of the restaurant in Selma, Alabama. Yes. They were taken out of there. Mississippi State Capitol building. Okay, that's it. And I did the whole night without showing you one single clip of Michelle Obama posing in the Ellen DeGeneres show, so I'm not going to play that tonight. To be very careful, not to hurt your feelings. We'll play that tomorrow night. I know, we get requests for that all the time. Everyone wants to see Michelle with a penis thing happening. Yeah. They don't believe that Michelle's a dude. But I don't want to spend my time showing you that right now. Alright? All right. I don't know what's going on with Julian Assange, but we will play a little video of him being character generated in just a bit.
American mind and in the European mind. He represents American white trash.
All right. Yeah, we'll show you how they manipulate images, and we don't even know if Julian Assange has not been seen. They say he's been released, but he's not been seen. I don't know. Would you buy this? A Barbasol invigorating formula? And why are you sending me to the Barbasol site? It's Pacific Rush caffeine and menthol thick. Probably not. No. I mean, if you want to slap some caffeine and menthol in your face, I think you probably were pushing the envelope on your skin sensitivity issues. I mean, your skin is a very sensitive thing. It's bad enough Barbasol has some acetyl alcohol and other things associated with it. So I would highly recommend going in a natural direction. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to benefit by spanking your face every day. Oh, I hit it with all kinds of chemicals every day. It feels great. And you'll wonder why your skin starts to wrinkle and you'll feel like an old man. Pretty soon you won't be able to go out in public. I have never seen David in public. He may not be real. Bingo, you're dispelling that myth that I'm an alien, android, or CGI character. That is ridiculous. I have normal communications. My voice is sounding like human. Voices sound beep. I am not a Vulcan. That is preposterous. Yes. Yes. All right, this has been great. Some people think I'm a famous actor, like the cab guy from yeah, that movie. I forget the name of it. Sci-fi. Yeah. Anyway, many people think that I am the cab driver. Well, perhaps I am, driving your cab through the celestial universe of the time-space continuum. Thank you for coming in, everyone. So nice to be here. Take care. Bye.